Science. we now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you, Solara, for the follow. Thank you for joining us. It is Thursday, March 26, 2026. It's Thursday BIRDSday today, so we'll get to that toward the end of our stream. We're going to be going over some fossil news today, trying to play catch-up there. It's been like almost 3 weeks, I think, since we've really had a chance to go over some fossil news. So today we're going to try and catch up. It's going to be good. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So paleontology, as I hope you know already, is the science of fossils, studying the history of life on Earth through the fossil record. So, of course, paleontology is everything in the entire history of life on Earth. From fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales. From fossil ferns to fossil frogs. It's not just dinosaurs, despite what a lot of people seem to think in the general public. Well, that being said, dinosaurs are what I work on, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the field season. And we do a lot of that on stream. going out and doing field work, collecting fossils, gathering data, broadcasting live via satellite from the Badlands of Wyoming and Utah, and this year maybe a few other states too. We'll have to see. But when I'm not out on the field, I'm usually here in my office, going over new scientific papers, like we'll be doing today, interviewing other paleontologists, discussing kind of the intersection between fossil science and popular culture, doing 3D printing and art and all kinds of good stuff. And of course, a ton of Q&A. I do my very best to answer people's questions whenever I can here. That's kind of what makes Twitch special. This live interactive format like this makes for some really good science outreach, and I'm proud to be able to do it. And proud to be able to say that this is literally how I make my living nowadays. This is how I pay the bills as a paleontologist, is by doing science outreach full time here on Twitch. So anyway, if you happen to have any questions at all about dinosaurs in particular, or about the fossil record in general, the history of life on our incredible planet, extinction, evolution, biodiversity, the very philosophy of science itself, any of that stuff, don't hesitate with those questions. I'm here to not just to tell you the answer if I happen to know the answer, but to walk you through the process, show you how fossil science really works. Hopefully convince you of its importance, of its relevance to your everyday life, why fossil science can give us a perspective that's kind of invaluable. You know, you appreciate life so much more when you understand some of the history behind what we see around us. So anyway, enough of that. Let me go through chat, say hello to everybody. Sergey Master K says hi. I don't think I've seen that name here before. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Scroll up. I saw Kodali and Matt M33 and Fall Machine up at the top, and Lenina. And there's Claire Bird too. Hello, hello. Science Streams. Valent, I hope you're having an excellent day. It's good to see you too. Deez McNeese. Hello, hello. Yes! Oh, wrong button. Did I get rid of that one? Anyway. I thought I had a sound effect that was relevant to that. Apparently I don't. Niffler, what's shaking? Good to see you. Dr. Terminator. Howdy, howdy. And, oh, and Dr. Terra, that's... I haven't actually had a chance to read that paper yet. I need to do that. I've been so busy. We'll talk about that. Maybe we'll go over that today. We got Moxie Drinker and Shark Geek. How are you doing, Shark Geek? Hello, hello. Auroran Studios and Hey Key. Bush Doctor and Golganek. Always wonderful to see you, Golganek. Reality Ripple. Case Kutchin. Marcy Walks Dogs. Fake 2D. Squiggles Dagabo. Nomad Soul. Melon Collie. Your username there, Melon Collie. Maximal Paxton. Howdy. Howdy. The return of Sans Man, rather. Let's come back. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Oh, and the Maya card game. Oh, interesting. I haven't played that, but I think I've heard good things. Stadler and Waldorf. Trying to make my way down to the bottom so we can continue. Jedi Mega Man, what's shaking? Casey Snowart, I hope all's well with you too. It's good to see you. And, yeah, there we go. Oh, Pete B. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, everybody. Like I said, today we've got Thursday BIRDSday. And, kind of a grab bag of paleontology news. I had plans of creating like a big elaborate wheel of news that we could spin, but didn't have time for that. I'm getting ready to hop in my car and drive down to Southern California first thing tomorrow morning. I'm going to be participating in WonderCon, which is put on by the same people who put on Comic Con. I've been asked to be part of an official panel discussion on the intersection between science and popular culture, paleontology and popular culture in particular. I'm excited about that, but Man, there's a lot of stuff I still have to get ready for that. Booked a hotel before stream today and made the mistake of using hotels.com, which I would not recommend you do. Because if the site messes up in any way and the wrong dates get picked, they charge you like $100, $200 to change it. So, big disendorsement, hotels.com. They can take a hike. Never again. Never again. Anyway. But I'm excited for this event. It's going to be cool. Casey Snort says, so cool that you get to go to WonderCon. Is this your first Comic-Con? It is. The only other thing I've done like this, I guess, has been TwitchCon. Be sure to check out Artist Alley if you get the chance. I will certainly try to. Yeah. I'd like to be able to show up early enough that I can go check things out on Friday afternoon, tomorrow afternoon. And then I should have time on Saturday before my panel starts. It's in the early evening, like 5:30 p.m. Anyway, it's going to be cool. And I'm looking forward to seeing some paleontology colleagues there. Usually there's a grace period to fix mistakes. None whatsoever. Like, I had the date set. I clicked confirm. Looked at the confirmation page. The dates were not correct. I immediately go to try and change it. $113 charge. So, anyway. Anyhow. They have all the wrong reasons to make the site screw up. I'm pretty sure it's intentional. Yeah, they know they can charge you more for that kind of thing. If there is a bank error in the bank's favor, they are very unlikely to correct that. You know, it's the same thing for hotel booking sites. Anyway. Yeah, avoid hotels.com. They're crooks. Anywho. Let's do a Blue Sky post real quick before I forget. Maybe we'll jump into Metazua. And, got a lot of fossil news to cover today. So we'll do that. Oh, by the way, I don't know if anybody pointed it out. I got a haircut. These things always take too long. That's where much of my morning went. And then trying to get other stuff ready to be able to go on this little trip, so... Yeah. Anywho. Let's see if that screenshot's any good. I look smug there. I don't want to come across as smug. Let's try that. And I look unamused there, or even, like, worried. Do you want to come over here, Sweetie Pie, and take a picture with me? Come on up. Come here, Sweetie Pie. Sometimes it's nice to have a friend or colleague with you in a picture. Come on up. Go, Casey. Anyway, we've got some people in the chat that we should give shout-outs to, like Casey Snowart, and like Shark Geek, and like Science Streams. Let's do that real quick. Huh. Hang on a second. Wurgle, wurgle.
Ergo just nourished the locals with 20 subscriptions.
Thank you, Ergo Urgle. No, hang on. Yeah, Ergo Urgle, thank you very, very much.
America loses them. Forever.
Holy moly, 20 gift subs there. And Max Devlin just subscribed with a recurring subscription. Those two very, very beautiful things just occurred, and I want to appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity, Ergo Urgle. There are 20 grateful chatters who won't have to watch a single ad for the next 30 days. What do you think of that, sweetie pie? She's like, I don't have to see ads. But anyway, yeah. Thank you, Ergo Urgle. 20 gift subs. That's 30 days of ad-free viewing for 20 people. That's 600 ad-free days you just gifted to this community. Helping support science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that, Ergo Urgle. And thank you, Max Devlin, for subscribing. You'll get all those emotes for as long as you stay subscribed. No ads for you, and you're supporting science outreach here on Twitch, and it's a big deal, isn't it? Is it a big deal? I think so. What do you think? Huh? Yeah. Is that a decent screenshot? We could do better. We could do better. It's over here. Oh, yeah, you looking for some cuddles? What's up? Is that what you're up to? Yeah. Do like a screenshot button on the screen there. I don't have to mess around with this keyboard like this. What do you think? That'll work. Well, no, there's an email. No, that one too. Can't see what you're doing there. There we go. That'll work. We'll use that. Excellent. Appreciate your patience there, chat. And yours too, sweetie pie. I'll get you paid in just a second here. There we are. Excellent. Whoa. Come here. Come here. All right. All right. Let's get some treats for you, huh? Wow, my goodness. Ah. Look at those. Oh, and very cool, Kennedy. Excellent. Some birds for Thursday BIRDSday. Superb. We've got like 2 weeks worth of birds. Got quite the backlog this week, so yeah, we should get into things pretty soon here. Give me some fossil news. Excellent, Aurora Studios. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, it's going to be fun. Let's go ahead and get that posted to Blue Sky. Let folks know that we're live. It's Thursday. BIRDSday today. Oh, hang on. Thank you, Urgle, for gifting Aurora Studios. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that support.
Urgle gifted a tier 1 sub to Aurora Studios. They have given 299 gift subs in the channel.
Good stuff. Appreciate that, Urgle. Thank you very, very much. There we go. Before we get into Thursday BIRDSday, we do our be attempting to catch up on two weeks of paleontology news.
What?
That is. Sorry about the soundboard. Ravenous felines. Twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Good screenshot of the cat cam where long-haired domestic is demanding attention from a today's stream. There we go. There we go. Paleontologizing looks like it's spelled correctly.
Hold on to your butt.
Let's post it. Excuse me. There we go. And then here's a link to that if you'd like to interact with that post in any way. And while we're on here, the notifications. There we go. Excellent. This is what I'm going to be doing on Saturday, which is why I'm a little discombobulated. There's a lot going on right now, and I didn't have I've got limited time to get ready for all these things. Holy cow. But on the 28th, that's Saturday, at WonderCon in Anaheim, California, join us for our panel Paleontology and Popular Media with Danny Anduza, David Krentz, Stuart Samita, Beth Riga, Eric Scott, and Evan Boucher. This is going to be a ton of fun. So some of the people who worked on these projects, be it the Primal animated series or Disney's Dinosaur from 2000, or whatever that is at the upper left, or at the upper right, this is the Dinosaur Hall at the Los Angeles Museum. There's their Tyrannosaur exhibit there. I know it well. This is going to be really, really cool. So Stuart Samita here has been... well, here, I'll give you a link for this as well. Here's my repost of this. If you'd like to interact with that. There we go. Each day, Stuart has been highlighting some of these folks. Here's David Krentz here, who's an artist, sculptor, somebody I've admired for a long time. He worked on Disney's Dinosaur, he worked on Prehistoric Planet, he worked on a number of other documentaries, and apparently he won a couple of Emmys for his work there. Here he is here. This is going to be really, really neat, being on stage with these folks. I'm really looking forward to this. So yeah. It is going to be a cool panel, Casey. I hope that we've got people taking pictures or something. I don't know if it's going to be recorded. I wish I could stream it, but that's just not in the cards. I looked into it and it just wouldn't work. But it's going to be pretty neat. I'm really looking forward to it. So yeah, good stuff. There we go. So this is, I guess, it's under the umbrella of Comic-Con? Comic-Con International presents WonderCon. It's going to be pretty neat. I'm guessing this is actually going to be a larger event than TwitchCon. Like, there will be more people there. Schedule. Let's see if we can find my event here. There we go. Yeah. Biologists and artists working at the interface of science and entertainment come together to discuss the impact of one of their most popular, publicly popular sciences. Panelists include Stuart Samita, president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, scientific consultant on over 80 animated and VFX films, visual effects. David Krentz, Prehistoric Planet, 2-time Emmy Award winner for Primal. Eric Scott, who consulted on Encino Man, upcoming BBC Evolution documentary series. And Evan Boucher, DreamWorks Animation, Los Angeles County Museum of Natural History docent. Elizabeth Rega, who worked on Disney's Strange World, and I think she may have also, or might currently work for Blizzard Entertainment. And Danny Anduza, paleontologist and Twitch ambassador. It's gonna be a ton of fun. Anyhow, I'm looking forward to this. A little bit nervous. I would be much less nervous if I had another day to get ready for this, but I don't. I didn't want to skip today's stream. So here we are. I don't think it's going to be recorded Petrodactylus, but if it is, I'll show it to you afterward. But yeah. Anyway, it's going to be good. And Casey, Stuart actually asked me, he invited me onto this panel. He's like, Danny, you're a Twitch ambassador. Would you mind maybe being our MC for this? Okay. So I might be the one actually asking the questions, helping move the conversation along. All that stuff. So I'm really hoping this cough is completely gone by the time we get there. gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Anyway, yeah. And Harry Seldon Foundation. Oh yeah, I've read The Lost World by Arthur Conan Doyle several times. I don't know how many book reports I did on that in school. From like 5th grade up through high school, really. But yeah. Good stuff. We're big fans of literature around here as well. If my office here is any indication. I love books. You're in good company here, Harry Seldon. Anywho. Library envy. I don't quite feel like I'm bragging when I show off my library here, because there have been there was a difficult time in my life when I had to basically leave behind nearly all of my books. And I had about this many books when I lived in Montana. And then when I moved back to California, I came by plane. And could only bring a very limited number of books with me, as you might imagine. So the idea that the fact that I've been able to build it back up to this, like many of the books that I had to leave behind, I've been able to reacquire. I'm very proud of that. It's, it feels like a victory, you know? And it feels really good that this isn't all of my books here, but it's the majority of them. It feels good to have them mostly in one place, too, you know? So, yeah. I'm proud of my library. Yeah. And showing collections is fun. It's true, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Why don't we go into Metazoa real quick here and get that done before we jump into some fossil news, because that's going to take a while today. I want to go through as many different pieces of fossil news as possible. So let's do that. It's weird, it didn't... There we go. I like when it goes like that. Most of you here already know this, but for anybody who's new, this is our daily animal guessing challenge, Metazoa. It's a lot like that game Wordle, where you've got to try and guess the mystery word of the day. Except instead of guessing a mystery word, we've got a mystery animal. And we don't go letter by letter like with a word. We're using an evolutionary family tree to try and narrow down our mystery animal. So this is a wonderful excuse to talk about phylogeny. The great tree of life. As far as we know, all living things on our planet are related. They're all descended from a single common ancestor. Some kind of single-celled organism between 3 and 4 billion years ago. So all life on our planet, from quinoa to kelp, from octopus to ladybugs to you and me, we're all related. We know this from the fossil record. We know this from like looking at how living things are put together. We know this through DNA as well. DNA is really kind of the silver bullet here. All living things on our planet have DNA, and they have varying degrees of similarities in their genetic codes, and this is one of the ways that we can build this grand tree like this. Metazoa only deals with the animal part of the tree, what we sometimes call metazoa. That's the name of that clade. I don't know if it's Latin or Greek, but, yeah. So only 1.4 million species. Metazoa doesn't actually have that many programmed into it, but anyway. Yesterday we started off with Homo sapiens, of you and me. Let's do that again today, maybe. Let's find us on our tree of life here. There's our little branch right there within the primates. Yeah. Laskew says all Earth life. Yeah, so all life that we know of so far. But yes. If there is life on other planets, it almost certainly had to have arisen completely independently, in my estimation at least. But yeah. Anyhow. Gabby maybe says, wonder which species chose that picture. Yeah, I wonder. This game is heavily tilted toward mammals, given that it was programmed by mammals. In fact, it was programmed by people. Let's jump in here and maybe we'll...
Hold on to your butts.
Maybe we'll start with a people. To get us going here. Let's try human. It's a good place to start. Again, we've got a heavy bias in this game toward mammals. This might shave off a few guesses. Let's see.
Hold on to your butts.
And, oh, okay, never mind. We're still fairly close in the grand scheme of things. But our critter's not a human. It's not even a mammal, but it is an amniote. Let me show you what that means. Well, we can just zoom out here, actually. Here's humans. Here's our closest living relatives, bonobos and chimps. And outside of them, gorillas. A little bit further away are orangutans. You get the other apes. Old world monkeys and apes. Monkeys and apes. You can zoom out further, past the primates, to the Euarchontans, and then Euarchontoglires. Boroeutherians, placental mammals, Therian mammals, mammals, and then we get to the amniotes. So our critter today is an amniote, and that is the most recent common ancestor between our guess and the mystery animal. We gotta go back to the amniotes. We guessed a human, which is a kind of mammal, so we can be sure that it's not on this branch. Our mystery animal's not going to be a mammal. It's instead got to be the other side of the amniote family tree. It's got to be a sauropsid, a reptile. This includes lizards, snakes, turtles, crocs, and birds. Birds are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, hence birds are reptiles. So just by the numbers, we've got about an equal number of species over here in the Archelosauria, birds, turtles, and crocs, and in the Lepidosauria, which is lizards and their close relatives. So yeah, it does make sense to try a bird first, Squiggles. You are correct. Just because Metazoa, there's some bias here. There's more mammals programmed in, or more, excuse me, there's more birds programmed into this than there are reptiles. So just by the numbers, it's probably going to be a bird. We've got a lot of living bird species today. How many? You're going to hear this sound effect multiple times on Thursday BIRDSday. How many bird species?
Over 9,000!
Probably over 10,000, maybe more. So anyway, and within the birds, the most speciose group is the Passeriformes. This is the perching birds. There's the Passeriformes there. Passerine birds. Nearly 6,000 species of perching birds. And the poster child, poster chick for this group, is the sparrow. Passer domesticus is the English sparrow, house sparrow. Let's start there, just because that's a good place to start within Passeriformes. It's the most speciose group within the birds. We'll try that, see if it gets us anywhere close. We'll try sparrow. And... nope. So it is a saurian, but it's not a bird. Which tells us that we were barking up the wrong tree here. Chirping up the wrong tree? With the birds? By the numbers, it was most likely a bird, but nope. Our critter instead is going to be on this... No, hang on. I think Soria includes lizards, doesn't it? Yeah. So our critter is probably going to be within this clade, the lizards and snakes. We thought we were being real clever with the, let's go with a bird, but nope. Even though that was the most likely outcome, it wasn't the outcome. Let's try, what do we have in terms of snakes? Rattlesnake, sea snake. That's it, really? I'm sure there's also like anaconda, boa constrictor. Yeah. Let's try rattlesnake. See if that gets us anywhere close. And okay, it did get us pretty close. So rattlesnakes are part of a group called Toxicophora. Our critter is not a rattlesnake, but it is a member of Toxicophora. It also includes the Iguania and the Anguimorpha. This has got to also include monitor lizards, right? Like the Komodo dragon? It'd be cool if we got to talk about Komodo dragons today. There we go. Yeah, it does include the monitor lizards. Excellent. Let's try that. Say Komodo dragon. Right? Well, hang on. I don't want to jump the gun here. Let's think about this for a second. Let's try Komodo dragon. Why not? And holy cow, that's it! Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Alright. Excellent. Yeah. They give you 20 guesses for this. We got it in 4. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Go ahead and post that to Blue Sky. There we go. Not too shabby. Nice. Let's talk about those critters. This is one of these animals that has a special place in my heart. The world's largest living lizard. It's just one of those... It holds a lot of superlatives, a lot like the leatherback turtle, you know? There's so many things that are biggest or most or best about Komodo dragons when we're talking about living species. Let's find a decent video about that. I bet you Animal Fact Files has got a video. Benny Biggs says Megalania was better. Varanus priscus. Yeah, the, here. Megalania is kind of a common name for it nowadays. But it's been lumped in with the rest of monitor lizards in genus Varanus. So rather than Megalania priscus, we now call it Varanus priscus if we're speaking scientifically. But these guys are pretty cool. They could be close to 20 feet in length. So they're like twice as big as a modern Komodo dragon. Yeah, who is, let's go like this. Number 1 right there in the gray, that's a modern Komodo dragon. 3B is like an upper estimate for how big these critters could get. They're pretty big, pretty big. Anywho. Yeah. It's thought that the modern Komodo dragon may be an example of insular dwarfism. While today it might be the world's largest living lizard, they may have actually ensmalled themselves in order to be able to exist on the small islands that they exist on today. So we'll probably talk about that in the video. But first, I guess Moxie Drinker had a request. Can I recommend a paleontology magazine? Oh boy. If you're not talking about like scientific journals, well, I should mention that real briefly before I give you my other recommendation. If we're talking about magazines about science in general, Scientific American is the one that I would probably recommend to you first. And they do have stuff about dinosaurs, paleontology in general, with some degree of frequency. There we go. So this is one that came out, was this last year, year before? September 2024. I should probably resubscribe to Scientific American. My brother got me a subscription a while ago for my birthday, but it has since lapsed. When you're an active research scientist working in a particular field, you're usually specialized, you know? You work on what you work on. Your own particular area of academic interest. So for me, it's dinosaurs, and to a certain extent other fossil vertebrates, and to a certain extent paleontology in general. I don't really have much of an idea of what's going on currently in physics, or chemistry, or sociology, or epidemiology, or climate science, that kind of thing. Astronomy. Subscribing to a publication like Scientific American, it can help me, if I read it regularly, it can help me kind of stay up to date with what's going on in fields immediately outside of my own, or outside of my own immediate field, I should say. So yeah, I really should resubscribe to SciAm. It's been a while. Yeah. So that would be my primary recommendation is, if you're looking for a magazine that has stories about paleontology, at least occasionally, Scientific American is, that's what I go for first. There is a paleontology-specific magazine. It doesn't come out as often. And it's not necessarily so much about the science as it is about sometimes like paleontology and pop culture, and there's like a lot of its readership is interested in plastic models and stuff. That's Prehistoric Times magazine. It's like in a way, it's kind of like a paleontology fan magazine. There are interviews with paleontologists here, but it's more of like a celebration of fossil science and its intersection with pop culture, I guess, if that makes sense. It is kind of a hobbyist magazine in a way, Claire, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I have any of my old copies here at the ready. let me look. It's back. Oh, they're there. Excuse me. Here we go. Prehistoric times. So this is put together by a much, much smaller group of people than Scientific American is. That's like a big professional publication. This is more of like a hobbyist sort of magazine. There's reader-submitted art. Oh, shoot. Well, well, well. Look at that one right there. Allura Titan. Sculpture by Danny Anduza. I totally forgot that was in here. But they do a thing each issue. Well, they'll have a couple of different extinct critters that are featured. So there'll be an article or two about them, and then a lot of reader-submitted artwork. Everything from like children's crayon drawings to the work of professional paleo artists and stuff like that. So, anyway, yeah. But yeah, here's reviews of new plastic models that are newly on the market. Let's see, this issue was winter of 2020. I think this is either quarterly or bi-yearly. They have these. Anyhow. Good stuff. So that's my two recommendations, I guess. Scientific American and Prehistoric Times. I'll give you the websites for both in the chat. Scientific American you can also read online with an online subscription. There you go there. And Prehistoric Times magazine. Here's their website. And they're having a 50% off sale. Well. All back issues. There you go. I think they're about the same price to subscribe to, although Prehistoric Time is... Let's see... Oh, William Stout on the cover. Very nice. You can also get it as an online edition. It's, yeah, good stuff. Anywho. I hope that answers your question there, Moxie Finger. I really need to resubscribe to both of those, honestly. And they're good ways to kind of keep my finger on the pulse of what's going on in science at large and in the pop culture part of paleontology in particular for Prehistoric Times. Yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. And new dinosaur movie trailer, asked Dr. Tara? I've not. What's that about? Huh. Anyway, let's talk about Komodo dragons before I forget. Really cool critters. Is there an Animal Fact Files video about them? There is. Excellent. That's what we want to see here. Superb.
Komodo dragons have earned their top spot, as they can reach more than 10 feet in length and weigh more than 300 pounds. Their bulky size might seem a hindrance in terms of traversing their landscape, but Komodo dragons can actually run more than 10 miles per hour for short distances. Seeing as how the average person also runs at just over 10 miles per hour at top speed, it seems safe to say you wouldn't want to be chased by a Komodo dragon. Unless you're into that sort of thing. We aren't judging. If you are into that sort of thing, let's hope you're also into wet kisses on the lips. Or any other accessible body part, because that's likely what you would get from a Komodo dragon. And it would be the kiss of death. There's been circulation of the idea that Komodo dragons have super toxic spit that slowly kills a Komodo's victim over time due to bacteria infecting the open wounds that Komodo dragons inflict with their bite. Supposedly, this isn't entirely accurate. More recent research has shown that Komodo...
So this is one of these things where I almost dread talking about it because people in the chat have very strong opinions about it. And they go, well, I read here that they are venomous, and I read here that they're not venomous. And the thing is, there is still intense debate about this among people who study Komodo dragons and people who study venom. And a lot of it just boils down to, what is venom? How do you define that? Komodo dragon's saliva does have bacteria in it, obviously. But it also has some compounds that are... they make it seem like it's venom, but it's such a, like, gray area kind of thing that people who really know what they're talking about still argue about this. It is still really controversial whether or not we can consider that venom. So yeah, it's interesting. And, like, I don't know, I could show you the Wikipedia article, for instance. Saliva. There we go. Disputed claims of venom. So 2005, 2009, and more recently 2025. So, like, this has been a debate that's been raging for decades now at this point. Although the mouths of Komodo dragons have been confirmed to contain venom glands with venom in them, it is not clear whether this venom has any serious effect on prey, as opposed to the damage caused by the bite itself. As of 2023, no clear, unambiguous evidence of Komodo dragon bites having serious venom effects has been presented. A 2025 histochemical characterization of the venom glands, oh, this is new to me, confirmed the presence of several types of toxins, but the authors note that a venom depositing and draining structure has yet to be identified in the lizard teeth, and stress that their study is restricted by specimen availability. So to me, this is one of these things where, I mean, shoot, despite these animals still being around today, and, like, you can go and study them in the wild, or you can study them in the lab, we still don't really have a clear answer on whether or not they're venomous. To me, as a paleontologist, that's kind of wild, you know? Like, you can go out and look at these animals. You can poke them and prod them and run tests on them, and we still don't know. I'm used to saying we don't know this or that about a critter because it's been extinct for tens of millions of years, and we have very limited specimens, and we just have fossil bones. The idea that there's this sort of mystery that surrounds a living animal, I don't know, that's a lot, man. You know what I mean? But yeah. Golganek says, nothing wrong with we're not sure if people are looking and haven't confirmed an answer. Yeah. And, like, it seems like people have very strong opinions about this. Different researchers have very strong opinions, and they are not in agreement over it. It's interesting. Yeah. There you go, Cacklin's Furf, yeah. Anywho.
Komodo dragons actually have venom, which they secrete into the bite wounds of their prey along with any potentially bacteria-laden slobber. This nasty combination of venom, spit, and just straight up vicious bites all add to create an apex predator.
I mean, yeah, they are an apex predator, sure, but are they actually venomous? I do think a lot of people are just really uncomfortable with that idea of ambiguity. Like, we don't know about this yet, and that's okay. We'll figure it out eventually, but we don't need to rush to a conclusion if it might be incorrect, you know? It's okay with saying, like, we should be okay with saying we don't know yet. Especially when you're producing a video like this, I understand the impulse to say, well, it is this way or it isn't that way, because you're trying to sound authoritative, you know? Trying to sound like you know what you're talking about, and you want to give people a quick answer because that's what people demand. But sometimes it's more responsible just to just say, hey, I know you want a definitive answer on this. Turns out this thing's complicated, and we don't have it yet. To me, it also says that, like, this area of research is underfunded, undersupported. Which is wild, because these are such cool animals. You would think that there would be a lot of research funding for these critters. They're so interesting. I kind of hesitate to use this phrase, but you hear it a lot in the sciences for something that's very charismatic, interesting, and has public appeal. Researchers say, well, it's a really sexy subject. I like to think there's a better way to say that. But you hear that from scientists a lot. It's one of our favorite phrases. Anyway, Komodo dragons are a sexy subject. The world's largest living lizard. They live on these remote islands in Indonesia. They hunt down pigs and deer and water buffalo. It's a lizard that eats deer. How cool is that? And yet, getting enough resources that we can actually solve these problems, study them in depth, figure out exactly what's going on chemically inside of their mouths, it hasn't happened yet, you know? Yeah. Lily Darks' research is wildly underfunded for everything. Well, not everything. Weapons research is not underfunded. I'll tell you that. Oh boy. But just about everything else, yeah. Oh, don't get me started. Tapping the sign again. Things that matter or not. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And Harry Selden says, from the philosophy of science, I learned that paradigm shifts aren't always clear. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes they're only obvious in hindsight. Anyhow, you know who you should talk to about that? It's Rhacodactylus. It's literally what he studies, is the science of science, the science of belief. Why do people hold things to be true? And how do we actually figure out what's true and what's not? Why do people believe weird things? And how do we as scientists, A, understand that, and B, keep people from falling down rabbit holes into just utter nonsense? Because that can have really, well, as we're seeing right now in the United States, that can have really detrimental effects on a society. No, anyway. Yeah. Even some scientists are sticks in the mud. No, it definitely happens, Benny Big, yeah. Yeah. There's this old phrase I hear sometimes, that science advances one funeral at a time. It's an idea that sometimes individual researchers never end up changing their minds. You just kind of have to wait for them to fade away. And then younger researchers who are more open to new lines of inquiry, looking at different pieces of evidence, they will eventually move the field forward. I like to think that, well, I don't just like to think. I think I have strong reason to believe that that's not the case for paleontology. We do tend to adapt as individual paleontologists when we see new evidence. A good example of this is the origin of birds. Oh, holy cow. I just searched origin of birds in Google image search, and there's one of the pieces of my art. I did a quick little doodle for Dave Verricchio and Frankie Jackson for one of their papers. And there it is, top results. Bonkers. Yeah, credit. D. Anduza. Wow! It's the second time that's happened today. You just like turn to something and there's me. Anyway, don't want to get distracted. Here. Love this this illustration here by Mark Hallett. The idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs was a controversial one, and it had really fallen out of favor in the mid-20th century. I would say the majority of paleontologists didn't think that it was the case that birds evolved from dinosaurs. They thought, oh, birds must have evolved from some other kind of little crocodile-y animal sometime in the Jurassic or Triassic. That's where birds came from. And then more and more evidence started to accumulate that indeed dinosaurs were the ancestors of birds. And the real linchpin there kind of came in the late 90s with here, let me see if I can find that clip. What was it called? The one that Matt LaManna narrates. There we go. Rise of the Feathered Dragons.
And its legs.
Where's that clip where they're talking about the SVP meeting in 1995, I think it was?
This one was by far the most complete. Lee could only guess what it was, so he bought a train ticket to Beijing and took one of the slabs to Dr. Ji Chang of the Chinese Academy of Geological Sciences.
So these feathered fossils started popping up in China in the mid-90s.
That's the third specimen. That, in 1995, the first specimen was found, but the local farmer gave it to Nanjing Institute of Geology and Paleontology. They thought it's only a small theropod, that's all.
As he studied the fossil, Dr. G observed a curious feature.
Yeah, what is that?
An odd feather-like fuzz.
What?
We now call protofeathers on its body. All birds have feathers, but the animal G was staring at was clearly no bird. So he named it Sinosauropteryx, meaning Chinese lizard wing. It was the first feathered non-avian dinosaur ever discovered in China, and indeed, anywhere in the world. Only the world didn't know it yet.
Yep.
That would take another year, when another scientist from the Nanjing Institute, Dr. Chen Peizhi, attended the 56th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Mayor Space said, the Chinese farmer who found this says, he took one look at it and said, what in tarnation? There's dang feathers on my lizard. That's exactly what he sounded like, too. Yeah.
Now, if he'd attended the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting that took place in Laramie, Wyoming, or in Bozeman, Montana, or in Norman, Oklahoma, it might not have had the same impact.
Yeah,
But
get
the
wrecked, flyover states.
1996 meeting was held at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. So Chen Peiji brought photographs of a small Chinese dinosaur with a fringe or frill of feather-like structures running down its back. And he just didn't bring the fossil, just brought photographs. He didn't give a paper, he just walked around showing scientists these photos, and the effect was electrifying.
Yep.
Soon, Sinosauropteryx was making headlines. Over the next several years, Liaoning proved to be a treasure trove as more astounding discoveries were unearthed. Among them were Caudipteryx and Protarchaeopteryx, and Microraptor guii, a weird-looking creature with long feathers on both its arms and its legs. The Liaoning discoveries conclusively demonstrate that feathers occurred on many types of ancient animals, some of which were clearly incapable of flight. They also raise a compelling
They were all
question.
dinosaurs.
If some feathered dinosaurs couldn't fly, how and why did they evolve feathers in the first place?
So anyway, I'll give you a link to this, but the point that I'm trying to make here is that this was a paradigm shift in paleontology. This old idea that, oh, birds must have evolved from some sort of weird crocky thing that we don't know about yet. They can't have evolved from dinosaurs. There were a lot of people who were holding on to that notion until these discoveries. But then, one by one, nearly every dinosaur worker in the world realized, oh shoot, that's it. Pack it up. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. There's the proof. Feathered dinosaur fossils. So that wasn't science advancing one funeral at a time. This was living paleontologists changing their minds. When they see new evidence, they accept it. We have a much more recent example of that too, just from this past year. Yeah, here we go. Here, watch out. So here's Lee Hall. So I used to work with Lee in Montana. He's now at Museum of the Rockies. So he's got these photos for, this was for Fossil Friday one time, of CMNH. What's the specimen number? I forget. Anyway, this was the holotype of Nanotyrannus. For a long time, this was considered to be just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. Some paleontologists thought, it looks like a different kind of dinosaur, but most of us thought, well, these animals seem to change a lot as they grow, so it's probably just a young T-Rex, you know, and it happens to look really different from the adults. This was kind of the consensus view, based on the majority of evidence, was that this animal was the same thing as T-Rex. So when Lee posted this in January of 2025, he says, in my opinion, no publications yet show data sufficient to support the genus Nanotyrannus. He thought it was the same thing as T-Rex. Especially damning was Woodward et al. 2020. But then Lee reposted this last week. He says, my, how the tables have turned since 2025. There's been some very cool work done by Lindsay Zano and colleagues demonstrating that not only is Nanotyrannus a valid genus, but one that contains two species. Science is powerful because it can always change what we think we know. Now that's a big deal, you know? This is a paradigm shifting in real time. And nobody had to die. This is not science advancing one funeral at a time. This is us changing our views when new evidence arises. So it turns out that a new specimen of I'm so used to using quotation marks around this. Sorry. So I used to using quotation marks around Nanotyrannus because I was convinced that this is just a juvenile T-Rex. That seemed to have been what the evidence showed. But new specimens and new methods used on old specimens showed that no, this animal is close to full grown. It's a different kind of dinosaur. It's not just a young T-Rex. It's something different. And so we changed our views to suit that new evidence. That's what science is about, you know? Anyhow. Yeah. Cacklin's, I suppose you're right. Paleontology advances one very ancient funeral at a time. That's true. Those critters did have to die in order to leave fossils. So, salute to them. We salute your sacrifice, fossil critters. Anyhow. What are you doing, sweetie pie? No one else is home right now, so I'm the only real source of amusement for all these cats. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want some more treats? Is that what you're after? We can do that. And there you go, Sir Yogi-wan, yeah. I mean, that is why science is such a powerful tool. Is that when we find out new things, that changes our viewpoints, you know? Trying to find a decent video about this. There's a lot of slop garbage in here. Goodness. There we go. Clint of Clint's Reptiles, I think has got a pretty nice rant about this. Let's take a look at this, and I gotta check on the other cats too, because nobody else is home right now, and I've not seen Mini Pie in a minute. And when I don't see Mini Pie for a while, that can be cause for concern, because what is she up to? She's a mischievous one, that Mini Pie. Here, I'll leave you with Clint for just a minute here. He does good work. Be right back.
Well, hi there. Until recently, the top scientists in the world thought that the Earth was the center of the universe. And based upon this model, called the geocentric model of the universe, scientists were able to predict the locations of various celestial bodies, like the other planets and the stars, with a high degree of accuracy for over 1,500 years. However, they did find that there were some phenomena that it couldn't explain. And though many improvements were made to the model to make it more accurate, there was some inaccuracy with the model's predictions that they couldn't seem to correct. At some point, a new model of the universe was proposed, which placed the Sun at the center of the universe instead of the Earth. This was called the heliocentric model of the universe. And we would probably agree that this is closer to the truth than was the geocentric model. However, at first, this model was less predictive of the locations of the planets and other celestial bodies than was the geocentric model. Over the next 300 years, many changes were made to improve the model's accuracy until it eventually became more predictive than was the geocentric model. As this happened, the geocentric model gradually began to lose favor, and the heliocentric model became the predominantly accepted model. And notice that I use the word accepted and not believed. Many times people have asked me, how can you accept it if you don't believe it? I don't believe it because it isn't the truth. Science is not the truth. Science is a model.
And I mean, the way that this is worded is maybe... I see where Clint is coming from here, and I don't disagree with him. He's right in that science is a method for figuring out how things work. It's not like some dusty book on a shelf where, oh, this is the gospel truth and everything in this has to be true because it's in the book. Science isn't dogmatic like that. It's a way of testing ideas.
Died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
Shadow Slayer, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I think that's what he's going to get into here. I just didn't want anybody to get spooked and go, well, why is this guy bad-mouthing science? He's not. Science is the most powerful method that we have for figuring out what's true and what's not. But real life is complex and messy, especially nature. There's a lot going on in there. And our attempts to fit it into neat little boxes that we as human beings are comfortable with, those can often miss a lot of that nuance and mislead us. So again, we gotta test things out, run experiments, gather as much information as we can. And our viewpoint will always change a bit with science as new information comes in. But that's the great strength of science, you know? It improves over time. It's always getting better, you know? So let's continue.
Generally, science is a linguistic, mathematical, and often pictorial model of reality that makes accurate predictions about reality. It is also the methodology used to determine if the predictions made by the model are accurate or not. The thing about models is that all models are wrong, but some models are useful.
And it depends what you mean by wrong, but yeah, nothing is going to perfectly encapsulate how something works. Like we look at a model of the atom, for instance, or better yet, a Triceratops skeleton. So let's look at a... Oh, you know what? I'm going to be on a panel with David Krentz on Saturday. We'll look at one of his beautiful Triceratops sculpts here. There we go. Gorgeous. I love this. This is a model of a Triceratops. It is wrong. I mean, you could say that it's wrong in various details. Because it's incomplete. We don't really know what the skin looked like over the whole surface of a Triceratops' body. We don't really have a 100% clear picture of how this animal would have held its legs under its body. Like, what is its exact posture? How much should these forelimbs be sprawling out to the sides? So you could say that this is wrong. This is still one of the best Triceratops models I have ever seen in my whole life, and I've seen an awful lot. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops in my day. I feel like I'm fairly familiar with this animal. And there are things that I would change about this, but maybe make a little bit more of a keratin-y thing going on over the top of the frill, but it looks like he kind of did that. Anyway, so something can be... It can conform to, like, just about every detail of our modern understanding of a subject, and it will still be wrong because we will still find out new things about Triceratops in the future. that will make this obsolete. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Albatra, I think you're correct about that. Yeah. Now let's continue.
And science is an extremely useful model. Sometimes it is tempting to look back on old, disproven models, like the geocentric model of the universe, and feel like it was a failure because it was wrong. This, however, couldn't be further from the truth. Yes, that model was wrong. They all are. But for 1,500 years, it was making very accurate predictions about reality. It was very useful. And the only reason that we don't use it today is because we have another model that makes even more accurate predictions about the same phenomena as did the geocentric model. There is no way that we would want to throw out a useful model that is making accurate predictions unless we had a better one to replace it.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Benny Biggs says it was a stepping stone. It's a good way to think about it, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was wrong, but all models are wrong. If I had to bet on any model in science being completely accurate or at least a little bit wrong, I would bet everything that I have that it would be at least a little bit wrong. So I don't believe any of it to be absolutely true. But in many cases, I would fully accept that the current scientific models are the most predictive and useful models that we have. And you better believe I'm going to use them. And now you know. As always, like and subscribe.
Yeah, good stuff. One of these days when I've got some time, I'll see if I can get in contact with Clint. And I think it'd be really cool to do a collaboration in the interest of science outreach and maybe leatherback turtle conservation. But yeah. Yeah. Amigos to Yogi one, yeah. Anyhow. And dirt or bust. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the viewpoint of a scientist, is like, we know that our perception of reality as human beings is limited, you know? We can see and touch things, we can feel them, we can taste them. These are different ways of perceiving our surroundings. But there's always a chance you're missing something. There's always a chance that your perceptions could be fooled by something, which is why we have a lot of pieces of infrastructure in place in science in order to kind of check our perceptions. We have various instruments that we use for actually measuring things, rather than just eyeballing. We've got various tests that we can run to try and figure out if we've missed something, we've overlooked this or that. Maybe we've been fooled by some area of perception. Then we have peer review, where we ask other people to look at our work and check it, and maybe spot inconsistencies or things that we may have forgotten about or overlooked. So science is certainly not perfect. I'll be the first to say that. But it's the best method that we have for figuring out what's what. We can always improve it. I like that kind of at the core of science, there's almost a utopian kind of notion. It's like, yes, the world is knowable. We can understand nature. We might just have a little keyhole that we can peek through, but if we're careful and thoughtful and methodical about the way that we approach things, we can learn a lot. And we can learn things that are really useful for improving our lives and the lives of other people, and protecting the world that we live on, all the other critters that inhabit it along with us. A better world is possible. We need science to get there. I think that's beautiful. Copernicus cat. The Who recognized that sometimes we won't get fooled again. And look what happened to them. Nobody even remembers who they are. That one band, you know. Sorry, the Who? What? Yeah. Anywho, Dino Wolf says, did you hear that they are removing Charles Darwin from the $10 note in the UK? Yeah, aren't they putting that Prince Andrew guy on it instead? I don't know what you folks are doing over there on that island. Series of islands. Again, when you held your recent elections, you could have had a brand new king. Somebody that everybody could get behind. This guy. But nope, decided to go with the whole heredity thing again. Because when has that ever steered anybody wrong? He was right there, you know? Yeah. Who am I to complain as an American? Holy cow. Things are arguably much worse here. So, before anybody says that, you're right. Anywho. Yeah. That is a funny thing, though. When I was in the UK, back in November, for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, in Birmingham, I took great pains to get a bunch of cash beforehand, and it was not cheap to do that. Like the exchange rate, yeah, it's a big fee for that. You're like, well, I'm gonna need cash when I'm there in a foreign country, right? And I get there and I try and spend it, and everybody's like, "What's this? I haven't seen this in years. Are these Chuck E. Cheese tokens?" It's like, no, this is your money. These are British pounds. What do you mean you've never seen this? Apparently nobody uses cash there anymore. So, anyway. Yeah. Lily Dark says, we do use cash? I probably went to a dozen different places where they're like, yeah, we can't accept this. What are you talking about? What is money, says Truggeek. Well, yeah, that's a larger question. Yeah. Not even Chuck E. Cheese uses tokens. Really, Fried Egg? Next, you're going to tell me that whatever currency Chuck E. Cheese uses isn't even tied to the gold standard. You know, they used to have a big vault in the back with all these gold bars. And, like, if you save up enough enough tickets, you could take one home. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting, Albatra. Yeah. What are we even talking about? Let's get back to Komodo dragons. I don't know how we went this far afield. But, back to these critters.
They're still adorable, though. The animals they sink their teeth into include boars, deer, and even water buffalo. A Komodo dragon's bite force isn't terribly strong, but they can rip through their meals due to serrations present on their teeth. In one sitting, a single Komodo dragon can eat up to 80% of its body weight. That's somewhere around 240 pounds for the big boys. To be fair, most Komodo dragons prefer easier to access meals in the form of carrion. They're able to sniff out a carcass from miles away, and on an island that's not much bigger than 150 square miles, that's a pretty nifty skill. Yes, the world's largest lizards call a relatively small island their home.
Yep, and this is, the island of Komodo. I think they also exist on Flores to a certain extent. And these other islands here, they'll actually traverse the ocean in between. They'll swim from island to island if they want to. They're powerful swimmers. But it's thought that Komodo dragons are actually downsized. They might be an example of what we call insular dwarfism. Which is when large critters show up on a small island, they often tend to ensmallen themselves. Elephants, especially mammoths, have done this multiple times over their history. A population shows up on a small island. Generation after generation, they get smaller and smaller because it's just an advantage to be small on a small island. There's not a lot of space. There's not a lot of resources. This is why you require less food. You can have a larger population in a small area, which is good for genetic diversity. And if you're an elephant, including mammoths like this, if you're on a small island, you probably don't have any predators anymore. And if one of your primary drives to be big was to avoid getting eaten by predators, if size was your primary defense, you don't need to be defensive anymore. Why not get small? It's better for everybody. Shark Geek says I would give everything I have to meet a mini mammoth. They were all over the place. We had them off the coast of California here up until just a few thousand years ago. The dwarf mammoths of the Channel Islands. Let's see if this is any good.
Close to the western edge of California, there are 4 islands in a row that are part of the Channel Islands National Park.
It's maybe not the best narrator, but I'm going to give you a link to the video anyway. Fair is fair. This one's a bit longer, but we watched it before and it's good.
About 30,000 years ago, right here where you were standing, huge Columbian mammoths roamed. They were as tall.
So yeah, long story short, these enormous Columbian mammoths, you know, I would be like maybe up to their shoulder. Well, probably not even that tall. Maybe up to their elbow. So I'd be about that tall next to these guys. Big critters, some of the biggest land mammals who have ever lived. Then, yeah, there were these islands off the shore of California, the Channel Islands. And when sea levels were lower, it was easier to get to them. So they were able to swim there.
Solar winds carried the aroma of abundant grasses and shrubs from the huge mountainous island of Santa Rosa. It was so alluringly close to them, a mere 4 to 5 miles across the sea. It was an easy decision and an easy swim to the island. No land-dwelling mammals are better suited to water than members of the elephant family, with their long snorkel-like trunks and their buoyant mass that can shed the effects of their ponderous pounds. They move so gracefully in the ocean. Once on the island, the population...
And you might... That is true, by the way. Like, elephants are shockingly good swimmers. Yeah, it's, it's pretty amazing to see, really. They've got that built-in snorkel there. And it's so fun for them to swim, too, because they're so used to being so heavy on land. They get into the water and they're like, hey, I could get used to this. I float here? Holy cow. I'm weightless. They're not super fast swimmers, but they can go long distances, and they do.
The population of mammoths increased in numbers, and eventually the food supply became scarce there too.
And there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah, exactly, right?
The thick glaciers and ice sheets that covered Canada and northern Asia began to melt. The level of the sea gradually rose, stranding the mammoths and flooding the lowlands of the island. The island decreased in size and eventually was split into 4 separate islands, the ones we know today.
So those big mammoths who were stuck there, what do? Do they go extinct? No. They ensmallen themselves.
With this decrease in...
generation to generation, the individuals are not really ensmallening. Maybe they'd get thinner because they're not eating as well. But the smaller mammoths, like individuals who were born smaller, tend to do better, and they have more offspring, and that's evolution, baby.
Island size, the food supply was ever more limited, especially in times of seasonal shortage. The smaller mammoths that could survive with less food were at an advantage. The absence of predators on the islands also contributed to the downsizing, since large size was no longer needed for predator avoidance and defense. Thus, natural selection favored smaller mammoths. Within 20,000 years, most stood only 5 to 6 feet at the shoulder, less than half the height of their mainland ancestors. These small mammoths became a new species, the Channel Islands pygmy mammoth.
So they got small enough and different enough from their ancestors, the population on the mainland, that we could call them a different species. They became genetically distinct enough, different enough, where it's like, okay, this is a new species now. They have speciated, branched off, become a new species.
The replica bones that lie before you are the remains of one of these pygmy mammoths. It roamed the islands, feeding on prehistoric grasses, sharing the space with flightless geese and tiny island foxes. Then, about 12,800 years ago, along the northern coast of what we now call Santa Rosa Island, this 50-year-old arthritic male came to the end of his journey.
Aww.
He lay down on his left side and died. The island winds quickly buried his body with sand, his skin still intact. The demise of the rest of the pygmy mammoths would follow. In fact, most of the world's large mammals disappeared from Earth about 10,000 years ago. What caused the extinction of all these large animals is still uncertain.
But we as human beings probably had something to do with that.
In 1994, a clue to this mysterious past was discovered. Over time, erosion exposed this ancient animal to the eyes of the modern world. 12,000 years after the pygmy's death, its fully articulated skeleton, whose replica bones lie before you, was discovered and excavated, revealing the world's most complete pygmy mammoth skeleton ever found. You can now discover the pygmy mammoth's past on your own as you explore this interactive CD-ROM. Learn intriguing stories of mammoth origins.
Oh, beautiful Mark Hallett art here again. This is such a cool picture. I actually have this printed out, and we've had this in the background on numerous streams before. But yeah, I love this. In fact, this is like partial inspiration for the Paleontologizing logo. You know this one, Claire? It's so cool. I love this illustration. It's so good. One of these days, I really want to do a, I've had this idea since like middle school. Want to do a chart of different species of proboscidean over time, the elephant family, throughout their evolutionary history, and kind of have it be divided up by time, maybe make it a nice grid, and call it the periodic table of the elephants.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Anyway, someday I'm gonna do that. But this is partial inspiration for the Paleontologizing logo that I made ages ago. Holy cow, Austroraptor. I have your namesake on the wall today. It's an Austroraptor model that I 3D printed. Really cool South American dromaeosaurid, Unenlahine dromaeosaur. Sounds like you're in the right place, Austroraptor. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anyway, this is the tableaus like this were the inspiration for our kind of tongue-in-cheek logo here on Paleontologizing. There we go. Yeah. No proboscideans in this one. But we've got a temnospondyl amphibian. I think it's a metoposaur. We've got a ground sloth. Big ray-finned fish. This is Leadsichthys here. We've got baryonyx. We've got Camarasaurus. We've got a magpie, a living dinosaur. We've got an as-yet unnamed species of ceratopsian that I discovered back in 2012. Hopefully it'll be published soon. And a big orthicone, sort of like Orthoceras or Endoceras or a critter like that. Oh, and a trilobite, giant dragonfly from the Permian, that kind of thing. So yeah. Yeah, anyway. But this is kind of an inspiration for me. I've always really loved this illustration by Mark Hallett. I just love how they just all seem so alive and boisterous, and they're like kicking up all kinds of dust. They're all like running out from a central point. They just look like they're out to cause trouble, you know? Look out! The proboscideans are here, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Austroraptor says, I was going to name myself Nanoxaurus, but I chose Austroraptor. It's a good name, too. Yeah. I presume you've seen Prehistoric Planet there, Austroraptor, because both of those critters are featured in Prehistoric Planet. And Lenina, thank you for gifting Austroraptor. Appreciate your generosity there, Lenina. Thank you, thank you.
The Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to Austroraptor 44. They have given 506 gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate you, Lenina. Holy cow. Yeah. Prehistoric Proboscidean Posse. The crew Mother Nature warned you about. I like that, Avocado. Lordy was pointing this out to me a while ago. Like, Danny's, in so many of your depictions of fossil critters, they're always wrecking stuff. Or, like, causing mayhem. Whether it's the Paleontologizing logo is kind of in that vein, or this I really like, or the cold open video from today. And there's just something really amusing to me about that, I guess, you know? It's like that, just that kind of gleeful chaos captured in comic strips like Calvin and Hobbes. Speaks to me, you know? There's something about that. Critters from the past wreaking havoc on today's well, shoot. I think we have a distillation of that in
by instinct. The beast would come back to the caverns of the deepest Atlantic where it was spawned. An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines. Cities would be terrorized by the cruel intruder from the past. Populations crazed and panicked with fear by its destructive force. Granite and steel would crumble. Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast. The beast. The beast. The beast from 20,000 fathoms.
Something about that just... I don't know. Something about my personal psychology where that just really speaks to me, you know? All the problems that exist today in the world, all of this very human hubris that we have. Ever since I was a kid, I felt this way. It's like we need to be humbled by something bigger than us. Something more ancient than us. Something that can set things right. It's a goofy idea, but it's like... something about that idea really speaks to me. You know? Yeah. It's my personal pathology that it speaks to, says I get. Maybe me too. Yeah. Anywho. How many fathoms are in a league? Oh, airspace. I want to say a fathom is a little bit less than 2 meters. But I'm not a mariner. Oh, yeah. Utahraptor design. Oh, very cool. Osteoraptor, yeah. Yeah. I wonder if Matt worked on the Osteoraptor publication. I have a friend and colleague who works on... Oh, and I need to respond to an email from him. Shoot. But, he works on these critters. Unenlahines, as he calls them. 2008. I don't know if he worked on this one. But there's a number of relatives who, It's not enough guns. But I've worked with a number of different dromaeosaur researchers. Jim Kirkland is a friend of the stream here. I do a lot of field work with Jim. Hopefully going to be working on some publications with him soon. He's the guy who discovered and named Utahraptor. So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, oh boy. And Dr. Terra says, how were Komodos dwarf if they were already native to Australia in the early to mid-Pliocene? I think the argument is that they were bigger back then, Dr. Terra. The average size may have been larger. Let's get back to Komodo dragons here. And then we can jump into some fossil news. But, yeah.
They're found on islands besides Komodo, but the largest populations of Komodo dragons reside there. To put it in perspective, the island of Komodo is less than 2% the size of all of Hawaii. So while Komodo dragons prefer open, airy grasslands with nearby jungle for defensive purposes, they pretty much go everywhere on the island, including the beaches and higher elevations. It's not like they have many other choices. Where they do have choices are ways of reproduction. Female Komodo dragons are able to reproduce both sexually and via parthenogenesis.
And this makes it seem like it's a routine thing for them. I want to say this has only ever been observed once or twice. And it was in captivity this was observed. So it is something that is possible for them to do. And that's really cool. I don't want to downplay that. But I don't think it's a routine practice.
Meaning they don't need no male to produce babies. If males and females do mate, they usually do so from May to August. A female will lay somewhere around 30 eggs that she'll bury in a nest in the sand. She'll watch over the eggs while they incubate for 9 months, but she'll leave by the time they're ready to hatch. This might be a blessing on her kids, though, because she otherwise may eat them. Komodo dragons are cannibalistic towards smaller individuals of their species, and that's why Komodo dragons spend nearly their first year of life living in trees. The big boys can't climb the trees because they're too thick, and the little guys have a safe place to develop until they're big enough to steer clear of the adults. It can take about 10 years before they're ready to have kids of their own, and it's guessed that Komodo dragons can live to be 30 years old. For more facts on Komodo dragons, check out the links in the description. Tell us what you think of these giants in the comments.
Here is a link to that video right there. Anyhow, yeah. And talk about the Wallace line? Oh yeah. Benny Big, we talked all about the Wallace line and about Wallace himself on his birthday this year. Alfred Russel Wallace, the co-discoverer of evolution, along with Chucky D. Here's a link to that VOD. Cycads are not super common at least in North America at the end of the Cretaceous. I don't know how common or uncommon they are in Europe. So yeah. Pivotal time in 1859.
After 4 arduous years of collecting animals in the Amazon jungle,
4 years of his life,
Wallace is finally heading back to England.
Yeah, and it doesn't go well. If you want to find more about that, you can check out that VOD or check out that original video. Excuse me. Yeah. Anywho, why don't we get into some fossil news? Airspace says tomorrow we should watch the VOD of you watching this VOD. Go for it. I'm going to be driving down to LA tomorrow, so I'm going to be busy. We've got fossil news to discuss, so let's jump into that, shall we? Starting now. All right. We've got several new dinosaurs to discuss, brand new genera and species described, and a number of non-dinosaur fossil critters, new publications on them from the past 2 weeks. So let's get into it for fossil news. Gene Wynn says, can they really still be called news if they're already fossilized? Yes, we're calling it news because we've got new publications. Got a brand new Thescelosaur dinosaur that you may have heard about recently. Let's talk about that critter. New species of plant-eating dinosaur unearthed in Korea. New species of small plant-eating dinosaur has been identified from a partial skeleton of a juvenile individual discovered in the Republic of Korea. It's interesting. I haven't actually looked at this paper yet, but it's interesting to name a critter based on what is very clearly a small juvenile. But Dulisaurus humani lived in what is now Korea between 113 and 94 million years ago during the mid-Cretaceous period. It's funny that they say mid-Cretaceous because there isn't an official middle Cretaceous. We'll just have upper and lower. But 113 would put this critter in the Aptian Albion, basically. Into the Cenomanian, maybe? They say 113 to 94. It's a pretty big range. Yeah, between 113 and 94 million years ago. But you know, what's 19 million years between friends? It's somewhere around the upperish, lowerish range, says Mayor's Face. Yeah. Yeah. And Benny Big says, I always get so confused on the timeline. Would it help if I were to explain anything or walk you through any parts of that? Because that is important. And I feel like on a live broadcast like this, that's kind of the beauty of this platform, is that we can talk about these things live. And if you're uncertain about something, you can bet your boots that there's probably 20 other people in the audience who are equally flummoxed. Case Kuchin says, why are some periods categorized in upper, lower, while others are early, middle, late? Well, they're all upper, lower, and middle when we're talking about the time scale like this. So you don't see early, middle, late on a time scale like this. If we're going to say early or late, that's in a more informal kind of way. On the official time scale, it's always lower, middle, upper, because what we're describing here is the rock layers. Lower, middle, upper. The actual physical rock layers. If that makes sense. So yeah. And thank you, Dr. Tara. Excellent. We'll see if we get to those. We might have to do like a big fossil news catch-up next week. But yeah. Keklin Surf says, how did this subdivision arise? Jurassic is shorter than Cretaceous, yet has an official mid. Great question. So there is an international governing body who actually decides these things. There are working groups who work on this, who set these standards. So, they produce these official publications. So this is the Geologic Timescale 2020, Volume 1 here. And so there's a whole bunch of different lines of evidence that we use to figure out the stratigraphy. So sometimes this is the ranges of different, say, invertebrates, so like really common fossils. Here's a different thing. So here's carbon-13 isotope as it rises and falls over time. If you're going to take a sample of a rock, you can measure the amount of carbon-13 in it. And hang on, now this is it oxygen-13 carbon? Anyway, I'm not a chemist. This is outside of my realm of expertise. Dyson Dinosaur, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day, Filippo. Thanks for bringing everybody over. Hello, hello. Filippo, how often do you have to work with this? This might be outside of what you deal with. Anyway, Filippo Bertozzo, aka Dyson Dinosaur, is another dinosaur paleontologist who streams here on Twitch. You should give him a follow if you've not done so already. That one, of course, yeah, Filippo. Good to have you here. I hope you had a really good stream. It's good to see you. Filippo is an author on a brand new dinosaur that we've not really talked about enough yet. But, how long? How long until we talk about this critter in depth? This is really exciting, and Filippo is one of the authors on the paper. An ornithopod dinosaur with almost porcupine-like quills on its body. Super, super cool. Still been enjoying stream for this? We should do that soon, Filippo. I'd like to do that. I've been so busy lately, and I was sick last week, and... Anyway. This is one of these things that we need to give more attention to, really. On my channel, at least. We have been neglectful of beautiful How Long Dong Eye. If you'd like to read about this critter, there it is. But yeah, Filippo is one of the paleontologists who's an author on this paper. Really cool stuff. Like being able to find these weird integumentary filaments on this incredible specimen. Makes you wonder how many other dinosaurs like this had similar stuff going on. Quilly bits on them like that. Is this typical for iguanodontian dinosaurs? Yeah. Was a blast to collaborate on this? I imagine. Yeah. This is from China, Benny Big. Yeah. Super cool. Anyway, go follow Filippo if you'd like to see more stuff like this. Filippo does English language paleontology streams on the weekends when I'm not streaming. So, if you're looking for your fix of dinosaur science on the weekend, now you've got a new supplier there. Thanks for rating in, Filippo. I appreciate it. Anyhow, I was just trying to talk about the geological timescale like this. So we've got many different ways of figuring out where we are in time when you look at strata out in the field. So you can look for various fossilized microorganisms like this. And they tend to have very finite ranges. So if you know exactly what kind of critter you're looking at, these are well studied enough that you can determine the age of the rocks based on that. You can cross-check that with magnetostratigraphy, with ash dates, with a bunch of stuff like that. It'd be cool to do a whole stream on advanced, well, not advanced, but basic stratigraphy at some point. But there are literally thousands of researchers around the world whose expertise, whose publications are used to try and build this overall framework. So we've looked at this video before, but it does help kind of explain things a bit. Some of you have heard the term Anthropocene before. There's this proposal that the most recent, well, the current slice of time that we're in right now, we should actually give it a different name. That it's so different from everything before, so much human influence, pollution and nuclear radiation, and potentially an ongoing mass extinction event, that we should call this the Anthropocene. We're currently in the Holocene right now, which is so short that it doesn't even show up here. It would be in the black pixels above the Pleistocene.
This is the sound.
But there's the Iocanocene. There you go, Iococene. The thing is, the Holocene that we're in right now, like, you want to cut that short and make a new one, the Anthropocene? Like, it's so short it doesn't even show up on here yet. Like, it... Anyhow, we'll take a look. Come on, YouTube. You could do it. You could do it. And thank you, Ostroraptor. Hey, I hope to see you around soon. Thanks for being here. Thanks for following. And Benny Biggs says, why so easily confused? It's not easily confused. It's more that there's disagreement about what is significant and what isn't.
And I tell my kids, you have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the Earth at the same time.
Oh boy.
What, like the Flintstones?
That's not the clip that I wanted.
Elias, thank you for the 47 months. It's the clip that you got. Anyway, I appreciate the 47 months of support. Thank you for that. Good stuff.
Outside of Toronto in Canada is the tiny Crawford Lake. It's a rare body of water known as a meromictic lake.
There you go, Benny.
For its small size at roughly 270 meters across, it is deep at 23 meters. That means the sides slope dramatically downwards, and the water at the bottom doesn't mix with the water at the top, making the sediment underneath extraordinarily well preserved. It's this unique quality that attracted scientists in 2023 to dig up a sediment sample from the lake. This core sample contained clues to centuries of human history, and they hoped it would answer a big question. Had humans created such a profound impact on our planet that it had created a new phase in geologic time? Are we now living in what some scientists call the Anthropocene?
And so the question here is not, oh, did we have a big impact and is this important? Of course it's important. Of course we've had a huge impact. The question is more, does it make sense to create a new geological sequence of time like this? You know, should we actually have a new epoch right here? The Anthropocene, when, here, go to no scaling here. The Holocene, when you go to linear time, is so short that, like, it doesn't even show up in this view. And we want to put another one after that, starting in 1945? When we're talking about the history of our planet, billions of years, you know? Go back to the formation of the Earth, that's way, 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 way back. Over 4.5 billion years ago. When we're talking about that much time, does it really make sense to have a whole new epoch that starts in the year 1945? Anyhow.
There's actually an official global body of scientists whose job it is to decide this question.
And see, these are the same people who also, you know, they decide, you know, upper and lower for the Cretaceous, for instance, stuff like this. There are people who are arguing, including Jim Kirkland, who I was talking about earlier, discoverer and namer of Utahraptor. Jim is like, we need a middle Cretaceous. It would be really useful. Why don't we have that yet? And it's because the ICS hasn't done it yet, you know? This is the official governing body here.
There's actually an official global body of scientists whose job it is to decide this question, the International Commission on Stratigraphy, or ICS. Phil Gibbard is a part of it.
And our remit is to actually control the stratigraphy of the entire planet, really. That means the entire geological column, starting with the formation of the Earth right up to the present day.
They are the guardians of the geologic calendar of the Earth's 4.6 billion year history. Geologic time has different types of divisions.
And by the way, I love that they put this out horizontally here, because it really kind of gives you perspective. The extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, happened right here. And we are right here today. So that's very recently when you're thinking about the entire history of the Earth, you know? Very recent in the grand scheme of things. When you look at it, you know, when you look at the entire scale of things, the end of the green right there, the beginning of the orange, or rather end of the blue, beginning of the yellow, it's probably a little bit more distinctive. See that better. That is the end of the Mesozoic era, the end of the age of dinosaurs. And the Mesozoic era starts here at the purple part, in the Triassic. Dinosaurs first evolve probably like toward the middle, maybe the earlier part of the purple part, the Triassic period. But dinosaurs were around for a good while, a lot longer than the current age of mammals. But yeah.
These are eons that span hundreds of millions of years. Then there are eras, periods, epochs, and stages. We're living here in the roughly 12,000 year Holocene epoch. This is where the Anthropocene would start, not as an era, but an epoch. This system of organization is based in part on the fossil record, which tells the story of huge changes on Earth, like the explosion of animal fossils that mark the start of the Cambrian period. The chemical makeup of rocks can give signals too, like the iridium left behind by the asteroid that wiped out non-avian dinosaurs, which marks the start of the Paleogene period. Or the way the Earth's magnetism is recorded in rock layers that signal major events, like the large volcanic eruption that started the Chattean stage roughly 28 million years ago. It was in the year 2000 that an academic essay proposed the idea of formalizing the Anthropocene.
Its name is two components to it. The anthropos is obviously the human part of it. The scene relates to the fact it would be a epoch of the Cenozoic, which is the last 66 million years since the asteroid impact wiped out the dinosaurs.
In the view that we'd moved away from what might be deemed to be the normal conditions of the Holocene into glacial, which is a warm period in the Ice Age, which began 12,000 years ago. And we moved away from that because of the consequence of human activity.
And again, I want to emphasize just how small a slice of time that is. So the Holocene itself is only a few thousand years. The Anthropocene so far is what, like 80 years? It's nothing. Nothing. Well, that's if you start it in 1945, which there isn't even strong agreement about that. Some people are like, well, you should start it in the early 90s. Some people say, no, you should start it during the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, or during the Agricultural Revolution, or the invention of writing, or I don't know. I heard somebody else one time say, well, it should have started, July 4th, 1776. There's just a lot of disagreement about when exactly to draw that line, and that doesn't really help the case for making this an official span of time in the geological column,
The best rock evidence that exists anywhere in the world to mark a division in time scale is called a golden spike, and scientists stick an actual golden spike in the ground where they find it. That means that while there are numerous fossils for an extinct species called a conodonte around the world from the Ordovician period, a single exceptional one from Newfoundland officially marks the start of the period. If there's ever a question over a boundary, the ICS deploys one of their 15 subcommittees, each of which specializes in a single time period. These subcommittees will set up a working group of scientists from around the world to identify a golden spike.
Phil Gibbard set up the Anthropocene.
And Petrodactyl says the golden spike thing is cool. It is, yeah. And so we see that, actually. They don't show it on here, but look at the chart, I think they have it on there. Yeah, there you go. So we have golden spikes for many of these. Not for everything yet. So if we look at, like, the Cretaceous period, we don't have a golden spike for the barrier between the Barremian and Aptian stages here, or ages. But anytime you've got a golden spike, that's when usually you've got a really good demarcation. So you have, like, an ash date or something, where you can get a hard number on exactly how old those rocks are. That's what the golden spike connotes, is you can calculate with a pretty good degree of precision exactly when that starts or ends. That's when you can put a golden spike in. And that golden spike, I don't know if it's actually permanently left at a site, because erosion is always happening on these outcrops, and, like, you need to keep going back and hammering it back in every year so it doesn't fall out or get stolen or whatever. But, anyway, the golden spike is a thing. I kind of doubt that we have a good video on that, but let me look real quick. Stuff about the Transcontinental Railroad. Oh, by the way, I can't resist a brief little tangent here. Those of you from the US are probably familiar with this concept, but anybody from another country might not be. When the United States is building a railroad across the continent back in the, what was it, 1860s? 1870s? They drove a golden spike at, what was it, Promontory Point, I think, in Colorado, or Utah? Anyway, it was like a railroad spike to complete the railroad. But it wasn't a transcontinental railroad. It didn't go from coast to coast. Most people don't realize this. It went from the East Coast to Sacramento in California. It didn't go all the way to the ocean. It didn't go all the way to the coast. It stopped like 100 miles short. They're like, yeah, it's good enough, Sacramento. But yeah, it wasn't actually, strictly speaking, it was not truly transcontinental. I like to point that out. Anywho. Yeah. How you doing? Mini Pie here is looking for some treats. Here, let's take a look at, see if this is helpful at all, talking about golden spikes.
The International Union of Geological Science announced on Wednesday in Spain that 7 Chinese geological sites were included in the list of the world's first 100 geological heritage sites.
Benny Big says, a lot of Chinese people. I mean, China is quickly becoming the world center for science. The U.S. is really fallen by the wayside. There are over 10,000 scientists who worked for the federal government who have now been fired or left their jobs because the Trump administration is basically like having an open, active war against science in this country. China's stepping in to fill that gap. So, yeah. Anyway.
Are iconic. IUGS recognition gives visibility to these sites. It identifies them as being of the highest scientific value. They are sites that serve to develop the science of geology, particularly its early history. They are the world's best demonstrations of geologic features and processes. They are sites of fabulous discoveries of the Earth and its history. Their visibility is greatly enhanced by IUGS recognition.
And well, now I'm going to hand you over to my colleague in Zhejiang, who will introduce you to the marvelous geological heritage of this province.
This is Changxing Geological Relics National Nature Reserve in East China's Zhejiang province. The Golden Spike, listed on the first 100 IUGS geological heritage sites, are from here. What is Golden Spike? What is
a Golden Spike? There we go.
Follow me and let's find out the answers.
All right, that's why we came to this video. I don't think that's it.
Spike,
there we
the
go.
Protected object of Changxing National Geoheritage Reserve is a stratotype section of Permian-Triassic boundary.
So we just had a question here. Where's the golden spike for the Permo-Triassic? There it is. There you go.
As early as 1923, Amadeus William Grabow, an internationally renowned geologist, studied brachiopod fossils in Meishan, Chongqing County, and named the strata as Chongqing limestone in 1931. It is not only one of the 3 most important dating boundaries in the history of the Earth, but also the boundary stratotype related to the largest extinction event in the history of the Earth and global environmental change, which is of great significance for studying the geological evolution in Asia and promoting international geological research cooperation.
What's really cool is that, like, in China, when they have something like this, like, oh yeah, this site has been chosen for a golden spike in geology. This is the type section for the Permo-Triassic boundary. Do they just go, oh yeah, that's cool? No, they build like a giant geopark around it. I mean, look at this. I'm so jealous as an American that, like, there's so much interest in funding for science in China. Like, I am deeply envious, At least somebody is doing this, Because we sure as heck are not doing this in the U.S. anymore, you know? Yeah. Anyhow, back to this.
Group. So it was set up within the Quaternary Subcommission to assess the possibility of an Anthropocene epoch.
Earl Ellis joined the Anthropocene Working Group in 2009. 2 years later, Colin Waters joined.
The first goal we had was to plough through lots and lots of data sets, publications by many other research groups, to see if there was evidence in geological strata, such as lakes, in the oceans, in peat successions, corals, even cave deposits, where you could record the Anthropocene. And increasingly we saw that there was evidence of changes happening.
The problem is that evidence of human impact on Earth is spread over hundreds, if not thousands, of years.
Yep,
and the
patchy.
working group needed to decide when the Anthropocene started. The authors of the 2000 paper had suggested it start at the Industrial Revolution, which not everyone agreed with.
My tendency was more toward the early agricultural transformations of the planet.
But events like the emergence of agriculture took place slowly, and more importantly, regionally.
Agriculture was off the table pretty quickly, and that's also why the Industrial Revolution came off the list.
The group decided they'd have the best chance of convincing the ICS if they focused on the most dramatic moment of change possible.
And so they chose the Great Acceleration because it was considered to be the equivalent of this kind of instantaneous global change.
Great acceleration, greatly increased industrialization, which followed upon the Second World War.
Appearance of novel materials. Plastics is probably the most famous of those, going into production and then being dispersed across the planet. Geochemical signals to do with burning of fossil fuels, introduction of artificial fertilizers for agriculture, changing the nitrogen cycle, how humans have increased the rate of extinctions, how we've managed to move so many species of plants and animals across the planet.
Next, the group had to search for their golden spike, the physical sample that best showed a change had occurred. They researched 12 different sites around the world, from coral reefs to peat bogs to ice sheets, which brought them to Crawford Lake.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this if you want to watch the rest of it. If you're interested in this, there you go. But gotta pay my landlord here. Yeah. Oh, hello. And Reality Ripple says the plastic layer is going to be the next species geologist's big discovery. If there are geologists in the future, we'll see. But, well, we won't see. We'll be dead. Yeah. But there's a book about that if you're interested. Where is that? It's called Footprints by David Ferrier, I think. I just showed this off the other day on stream, and I may not have put it back in its proper place. Right now. Where is it? Yeah. Footprints in search of future fossils. There we go. This is kind of an exploration of, like, what is the evidence that human beings are leaving behind? How are we changing the planet? If there were to be future archaeologists, geologists, and paleontologists who are maybe not humans, I don't know, that's very speculative. What would they find, you know? It's really thought-provoking. This book is a exploration of that topic, and I'd recommend it. I haven't read through the whole thing yet. It's well written, thought-provoking, thoughtful. It's good stuff if you're interested in this topic. From a future kind of Benny Big, but more rigorous than that. The whole Silurian hypothesis was very, like, speculative, wishy-washy, kind of fantastical. This is, you know, it's based in reality. More so than just, like, kind of a goofy thought experiment. But yeah. Anyhow, How would you know? Well, this book talks about that. I mean, that's... I'm trying not to get worked up about this, because it's like, I don't know. Occasionally we'll have somebody who comes in and just wants to kind of... I saw on TikTok this or that, and it's like, I have less patience for that kind of thing than I should, I think. But anyway, I think one of the reasons why I'm so annoyed by the whole Silurian hypothesis thing is that, A, it's using a real geological time period as its name for this, and when people in the general public use that, it's like, it almost feels like they're misusing the term. Like, the Silurian period is a real thing, but it's not what people in pop culture think that it is. And also, it just feels very, almost hostile toward the idea of paleontology. Where it's like, well, the past is a great big mystery and nobody can know anything about what happened hundreds of millions of years ago. It's like, no, that's my whole job. That's what we do as paleontologists. As we study the ancient past through the fossil record. We devote our lives to this. And then people on TikTok go, oh, can't know anything. It's just, it's deeply frustrating, if that makes sense. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. What are you doing back there? Hey, come here. Come here. Don't knock over the... Yeah. Come here. Alright, this is a shakedown right now. I'm being shaken down for cat treats. Oh, over here. What's this here? Come here. Oh, well, well. Look at that. It'd be a real shame if this fern fell off the shelf, you know? I think we could solve that problem with some cat treats, you know? There we go. How was that? You looking for more? All right, let me see what I can do. Anyhow, yeah. Why did you put a rose on the cat? I didn't do that. I think that was Lordy who got these new collars for the cats. By the way, not my cat. This is one of my landlords here. That's why I gotta make sure that they're happy. Because if they're not, I'm out on the street, you know? Huh. Huh. Anyhow, yeah. Where are you going? Leaves cat saliva all over the desk and a bunch of treat crumbs and uneaten treats. Some sanitizer here. we're going to get into some fossil news here. Sorry that today is such a disjointed stream. Sometimes it's like this. Pretty busy lately, and first thing tomorrow morning, gonna be on the road driving down to Southern California. I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but some of you were not here for that. I'm going to be on a special panel at WonderCon, put on by the Comic-Con people, about the intersection between popular culture and paleontology. Very excited about that, and flattered that they would invite me. See, special guests. I don't think that. Yeah, okay, I'm not on this part, but oh, Felicia Day. She streams here on Twitch. That'd be cool. We've raided into her before. That was actually really cool because she was doing a stream. This is a couple years back. I was out doing field work in Wyoming, and we had like maybe 900 people watching that day's stream, and she had a good number of viewers that day too, but it wasn't 900. We were able to raid in with like 900 people. She was like, wow, you guys were out digging dinosaurs? That's awesome. That was a good day. Search. There we go. Paleontology in popular media. Link right there. You might have to search for my surname. But, yeah. Discuss the impact of one of the most publicly popular sciences. Panelists include Stuart Samita, the president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Stuart is the guy who invited me onto this. This panel was his brainchild. And if this is a success, we might have bigger and better things coming up afterward, too. I shouldn't say any details about that, but, stay tuned. I really hope that this goes well, because, it'd be really cool to do this at some larger venues. Anyhow. But yeah. An actual pop culture convention, having a paleontology panel? Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Very excited for this. But anyway, I'm a little bit nervous, A, because I've been sick for the past couple weeks. Or I was sick last week, still got a residual cough. My ear is still plugged up a bit. But also, I've been so busy that I haven't had a whole lot of time to prepare for that. So I only now just booked the hotel right before we started stream today. Didn't know when I was gonna leave. Now it's gonna be tomorrow morning. So things are starting to fall into place. But I like to have more lead time than that. You know, I like to have a plan earlier on, and that hasn't been possible so far. Anyway, you know what else we're behind on? Is fossil news. We've got a brand new plant-eating dinosaur just announced the other day. Dulisaurus. Specimen consists of skull bones, vertebrae, hind limbs, and numerous gastroliths. Stones swallowed to aid digestion. This is a really well-preserved specimen if you've got all that. So micro-CT scanning allowed the researchers to reconstruct the dinosaur's internal and anatomical details that are otherwise hidden in the rock. A histological analysis, cutting open the bones and looking at the growth rings inside them, indicates that the individual was very young, likely 2 years old. That's not that young, actually, for a dinosaur. I think it would have been pretty cute. It might have looked a little bit like a lamb, said Professor Julia Clark, paleontologist at the University of Texas at Austin. Julia Clark is somebody whose work we've discussed here on stream before, and she showed up now and again in different videos. She hosts this video that we've watched multiple times. This is a classic.
Biologists have long sought to discover how groups of animals and their key features evolved. And one of the greatest mysteries has been the origin of birds. Feathered wings. Wings and feathers
Thursday
devoured
BIRDSday.
the uncovered source. Found the origin of troves
There's
of
Julia
new
Clark there.
fossil discoveries.
So yeah, she's one of the authors on this paper, which is really cool. It does make me wonder if they have like a video press release, because this is the sort of thing where I would imagine they might do some video work. There we go. Is this a local news station? What does it look like? I'll show you, Starflower.
A new
It's little
dinosaur
beaky
species discovered in South Korea is now being named after a beloved Korean cartoon character.
Oh, really?
Researchers from UT Austin helped identify the baby dinosaur called the Dulisaurus. The fossil was
There's Julia Clark right there.
found on Aphet Island and scanned using UT's high-resolution X-ray facility. Scientists say the 2-year-old creature was
There we
about
go.
the size of a turkey and may have had a furry coat. Oh, he sounds kind of cute. This marks the first new
Feathery
dinosaur
coat.
species discovered in Korea in 15 years. The research was published this week in a scientific journal called Fossil Record.
Well, it looks like it was a big squirrel.
Hey, and you know what? Dooley, if you haven't seen the cartoon, very, very cute little
fits, right?
dinosaur.
Yeah.
It does, it fits. He's a carnivore.
A Dulisaurus. We don't know if a Dulisaurus was a carnivore yet, right?
Oh,
It was an herbivore. It's an ornithopod.
It's definitely.
Huh. Okay, interesting. I've never heard of this before. Dooley the little dinosaur? Korean cartoon character? Anybody in chat familiar with this critter? With this character? It's, first I've ever seen of it. Almost kind of looks like if Elmer Fudd was a cartoon dinosaur. This one's escaped your radar? Okay, I don't feel as bad about not knowing about this then. If Petrodactylus doesn't know about it, then, yeah. Huh. And Shark Geek doesn't know either. I find that slightly reassuring. But, yeah, so this is a dinosaur called... we don't have any reason to think it would have hopped like that. But anyway, this is a thessalosaur. So thessalosaurs are these little beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. The biggest of them, like Thessalosaurus, grew to be maybe 15 feet long. So just under 5 meters or so. That's on the bigger side. Most of them are smaller than this. So they're kind of your classic two-legged, beaky, running, plant-eating dinosaur. This kind of body plan it's kind of the original dinosaur body plan, save for the beak. Being a little speedy biped. There's multiple groups of dinosaurs that have this body plan later on in the Mesozoic, but the very first dinosaurs would have looked a lot like this too. So it's kind of your, just to use a video game analogy, it's kind of the default dinosaur for your character creator page? What word am I looking for here? You gotta build your video game character. This is the default. This is your starting point. And yeah, Thescelosaurs, they stick pretty close to like the original dinosaur body plan. Yeah. Character creation screen, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, when you're making your character, I guess, you can think of these guys being pretty close to the default. It's just a body plan that works. You're a two-legged fast runner. You've got a beak for eating plants in this case. Sort of semi-rudimentary chewing teeth. These guys probably weren't world-class chewers, but they could probably do some kind of oral processing of their food. And they may have lived in burrows like this. Yeah. Default dinosaur. There you go, Benny. Yeah. Yeah. Dulisaurus. There's not a whole lot of material from this animal. With really small dinosaurs, this is sometimes how it goes. Well, actually, this is how it often goes for many, many dinosaurs. Most dinosaurs are known from very limited material. But the shape of that scapula in particular, the shoulder blade there, really reminds me of like Orodromius and Eryctodromius. Yeah. So I would not be surprised if these guys turn out to be digging dinosaurs too. But it's nice to see the a lot of people are excited about this critter, and they're making fan art of it. It's right here. That's lovely. There's the official art with the press release here. And Timmer Squanch, thank you for the 12 months of support. Really appreciate that, Timmer Squanch. Thank you for keeping me here.
Tomorrow.
And thank you. I hope it's a good adventure, Tim. Yeah. It's nice that people are excited about this critter. This is a general, like, body plan of dinosaurs that I don't feel like they get enough love. Our kind of, our nickname, almost our industry term for this shape of dinosaur is a speedo. SB, B as in Bravo, SBEDO. Small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. Term small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. I'm surprised that this is actually on Wikipedia already. Shoot. I only heard this term for the first time a couple years ago. Maybe 2023. I'm like, that's funny. And now it's become widespread enough that it even pops up on Wikipedia. The term small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian has been used to refer to these as a collective group. A bunch of, well, small-bodied, this guy, small-bodied, early diverging, meaning that, like, they split off pretty early from the ornithischian clade, and they're just kind of doing the default body plan thing still. Small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. So this is one of the bird-hipped dinosaurs, which don't actually include birds. But anyhow, cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Here's a link to that video there, if,
To say the 2-year-old creature was about the size of a turkey and may have had a furry coat. Oh, he sounds kind of...
Yeah. There we go. Let's take a look at that original paper. I want to say it's open access. Let's take a look. But this is really exciting because dinosaur body fossils are not common from Korea. We don't have a lot of dinosaur bones from the Korean peninsula. There is a wealth of dinosaur footprints, lots of trace fossils. But the body fossils themselves, the bones, kind of disappointingly rare. So that's why this is so exciting, is that you don't normally see this kind of thing. PDF, there we go. Here is a link to that article right there, if you'd like to take a look at it. And then here is a link to the press release. But we're going to take a look at the actual scientific paper, which is right here. And it is open access.
Access granted.
No paywall here. A new dinosaur species from Korea and its implications for early diverging Neornithischian diversity. So the Neornithischians, it's a big group of beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. So trying to figure out like how this group diversified and what they look like all over the world, that's important stuff. And this helps fill in another piece of that puzzle. The dinosaur skeletal fossil record in Korea has long been limited in both abundance and completeness. I told you that earlier. I love that even though they only have a little bit of material from this animal, not a whole lot of bones. Here it is in this block here. And these are so small that they didn't even want to prep these out by hand. Normally what we would do is use various tools to chip away the rocks. We just have the bones and we can hold them in our hands. Here, they were so small. And you can take this big bit of matrix, this big bit of rock, and stick it into a CT scanner. And that's what they did. So here's what the bones look like on the inside of this block. This is becoming increasingly common because to properly prep all of this stuff out mechanically, like if you were to physically chip away all that rock, that could take years. And there was always the risk that you're going to damage things, that you're going to blow right through a bone. If you can scan it and spend enough time with that you can go through the files and start to digitally prepare it. So like carefully figure out what's rock and what's bone in the computer, then you can get something like this. And you also get 3D models of this. Like when you're doing this kind of digital prep, this is the stuff that Fisher McDermott, remember Fisher from the field? Fisher did this during his undergrad. He got very good at it, this digital prep work. The cool thing is, like, when you're done, you've got digital files for all of these, so you can 3D print them. And I wonder if they've done that here, and I wonder if those files are available. They're not the most spectacular looking bones, but they're enough to be able to say, hey, we've got a little thessalosaur here. And that's enough to name a new dinosaur in this case, because we don't have a thessalosaur like this named from Korea at this particular point in time. It's pretty cool. So the parts that are highlighted in white are the parts that we have from this animal. I'm using the scientific we in this case, the paleontological we, like the royal we. But the team, they have these bones from this animal, and here they are here, highlighted in different colors. And based on this, it's very, very similar to some close relatives, so we can infer what the rest of the skeleton would look like based on that. But who knows? Maybe the skull, maybe there's some peculiarities, some differences here. Maybe the tail is longer or shorter. There's still surprises here, so it'd be great to have more crews out there looking for more material from this animal. And someday, inshallah, somebody will find some more stuff. But for right now, this is what we've got. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cartoon character was a baby Ceratosaurus. Interesting, Petrodactyls. Okay. Anywho. Very cool. Now let's quickly look through the paper here. So, when you've got such little material, when you have so few pieces of this, it kind of constrains you on like what you can actually study. What can you really tell from just these few bones? Well, you can tell some important things. Some of the stuff is going to be diagnostic, like the femur here, the thigh bone. What does the cross-section look like? You can compare that to other related dinosaurs and try and get an idea of who it's most closely related to. Who does it look most similar to? And this is what it's the near end of the, what, tib, probably? Yeah, comparison of the proximal tibial morphology. So we can compare that to other related dinosaurs and see whom it most closely matches. Stuff like that. Pretty neat. I would love to do something similar with we have a similar dinosaur here in California. It's not been named. It was described back in 1997 or 8. Little ornithopod dinosaur from Northern California. Back when this whole group was still kind of mysterious. So, someday soon, hopefully, I'll be able to really focus on a project related to that. We used to call these guys Hypsilophodonts. These little beaky plant-eating dinosaurs, and then it turned out a bunch of them are not related to Hypsilophodon. So we've kind of abandoned that term to refer to this body plan of dinosaur, and now we call them Speedos, like I was telling you earlier. But yeah, there's a reconstruction of what this animal may have looked like. There's only a few leg bones from this critter. Let's see, I might have a photo here. But there's a college in Northern California where these fossils are kept. And I need to get in contact with those folks, and there we go. Yeah, this is all we've got from that Californian Hypsilophodont. Right there. Nobody's really studied this in depth. It'd be great to be able to raise some money so that I can get this thing CT scanned, properly describe it. Is it related to Parksosaurs, Thesalosaurs, or Odromes? What is this critter? You know, basically give it this treatment like we see in this new paper. Yeah. That's a recent ambition of mine, is to do that, because our Californian dinosaurs, they could use some attention. They don't have many of them. So, yeah. And the Speedos, I mean, they were speedy, but again, Speedo in this case is an acronym for small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. So it's basically like a little leggy, beaky guy. Yeah. Anyhow. It's not about their swimwear at all. You're right, Mayor Space. True. Yeah. Anyhow. Saigama wants to know what region of the United States has the most fossils on record. It depends what kinds of fossils you're talking about. If we're talking about fossils in general, including microfossils, it would be whichever state has had the most core sampling done, which is probably Texas. Again, I'm trying to be as much of a non-dinosaur chauvinist as I can be right now. Yeah, microfossils. Here we go. By the numbers, microfossils far outnumber any other kinds of fossils.
Hello, and welcome to the USGS Corecast. I'm Matthew Simatile. Today, we are discussing how scientists are studying the shells of microscopic marine organisms to uncover past ocean temperatures. Knowledge of Earth's climate history is essential to understanding modern climate change and to projecting likely future impacts. Answering questions pertaining to the rate and magnitude of climate variability over the past 1,000 years and beyond is...
So, that's a depressing thought, but this video is produced by the United States Geological Survey, which is a federal agency here in the U.S. I think this might be one of the agencies where they are, because of the current presidential administration, they're not really allowed to use the term climate change anymore. It's verboten. It's censorship. Scientists are no longer allowed to talk about certain controversial topics. They're not controversial. It's what the current people in charge, they're scared of this idea. But, like, could you make this video today? I kind of doubt it.
critical to distinguish between natural and human-induced climate change today. Reliable instrumental records of climate change are available only for the last 150 years. To get at paleoclimate information, or past climate records stretching back thousands of years,
you get a core like this.
Scientists use Earth's geologic record. Trees, ice cores, corals, and shelled microorganisms are natural archives that store climate information. For example, ice cores trap gas bubbles at specific layers. The gas can be analyzed for past atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations. Trees grow in width by adding concentric rings to their trunks.
Anyway, let's get to the microfossils.
Environmental conditions.
Planktic foraminifera, or forams for short, are these microscopic unicellular organisms that live within the water column, and they build a calcium carbonate shell that chemically records the conditions of their ocean habitat.
So these are tiny, tiny, tiny fossils.
So when ocean temperature increases, the foram will actually substitute magnesium for calcium into its shell, and thereby record the change in temperature. So in effect, the higher the ocean temperature, the greater is the ratio between magnesium to calcium in its shell, and the lower the temperature, the smaller is the ratio.
So in making these core samples like this and like pulling up these cores, you might be collecting hundreds of thousands of these fossil plankton, like foraminifera, radiolaria, diatoms, dinoflagellates, all these things like that. And so if you have these cores, and sometimes like the paleontologists who study these organisms will actually pull these out and put them on little slides and neatly arrange them. And again, you can have hundreds of thousands or millions of them in a museum. And each one might get its own individual specimen number. So a museum might not be particularly large, but it could have the largest collection of fossils from that whole part of the world if they just have a lot of these. So if we're talking about sheer abundance of fossils, these count, you know? Or at least I count them. Despite being a dinosaur guy, I recognize that these are really, really important and they deserve to be counted. So which part of the United States has the most fossils? It's whichever state has had the most core samples taken and the most of these guys logged, basically. I don't know what state it is, but I'm guessing it might be Texas. There's a lot of oil exploration that's occurred in Texas. There have been a lot of petroleum companies who have funded this kind of work. I'm guessing Texas probably takes the cake in in terms of sheer number of fossils. But yeah. Anyhow. There you go, Lenina, right? Yeah. But if we're talking about, I don't know, dinosaurs in particular, it's probably Utah. Utah has the most dinosaurs named from it of any U.S. state, as far as I'm aware. And maybe the highest number of individual dinosaur specimens, too. Hands down, I think Utah probably takes it. Let's find Jim's profile on Blue Sky and see if we can track down that latest chart showing how many dinosaurs have been named from Utah. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's just for the Cedar Mountain Formation there. We can do better than that. We want the whole state. We want... There we go. Yeah. Utah's dinosaur record. This very busy looking chart here. Chronicles. This isn't even all of them. And this is only from the Jurassic upward. Shoot. So anyway, this is just the Cretaceous period. Each one of these represents a different species of dinosaur that has been found in Utah. And the majority of these have only been found in Utah. So yeah,
Let's
Utah
protect our fossils, because if they're
really takes the
removed,
cake.
America loses them forever.
And Kaylito, thank you for the prime there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Chaotic Kitten says, does Alberta have the most dinosaur fossils in Canada? Yeah. Or at least the most that have been excavated. Yeah. Second is probably Saskatchewan. And then the other provinces are probably way, way, way far behind. But yeah, Alberta is where it's at in terms of dinosaur science in Canada. Yeah, yeah. And hopefully Wyoming gets a boost over the next decade. Yeah, it will be, Lenina. My crew in Wyoming, led by Ethan Cowgill, we've been making some incredible discoveries. We've got, like, probably half a dozen species, new species of dinosaurs.
Or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
And InGen728, thank you for the 39
Hey
months
Danny,
of support there.
happy Thursday. Passing by to say hello. No step on snake. Paleo Apato 1 Paleo
Fair enough.
Apato 4
InGen, thank you so much for the
Apato
39
1
months.
Paleo Apato
Really
4
appreciate your
Paleo
support. Thank you
Apato
for
1
that
Paleo
prime.
Apato 4.
That makes a difference. Thank you for keeping me here on Twitch, supporting science outreach. That prime stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, and Chaotic Time Traveler says, I live on the Guelph Formation in Ontario. A rock is way too old for dinosaurs. Yeah. Normally dinosaurs are the extant variety. Yeah, but you do have them. Almost everybody watching right now literally has dinosaurs in their backyard at this very moment. Living dinosaurs. We just call them birds. We'll be talking about that in, oh boy, like half an hour? Yeah. Anywho. The birds are cool, Critical Hit, yes, absolutely. We'll be celebrating the dinosaurian heritage of birds in about half an hour. But yeah. They're more than saw them. It was nice trailer's great. Yeah. So anywho, really cool that we've got this new dinosaur, Dulisaurus. This is exciting, and I feel like that cartoon connection there, naming it after a Korean dinosaur cartoon character, that's clever. It's a way to get people excited about this critter, more so than they would be otherwise. I think that's neat. Yeah, it's definitely got some headlines here. People are excited about this critter. People magazine, people.com, has got an article about it. Vice, IFL Science. Brighter side of news. I like that people are cheered up by a news story about a new dinosaur. The idea that paleontologists are making the world a brighter and more positive place through our work. I like that idea, you know? And it's not even one of those stories where it's like secretly a bummer. You know those news stories where you're like, why are they reporting this like it's a good story? Like, this 5-year-old girl has cancer and her insurance company dropped her and her parents from their plan. But the local community stepped in and did a fundraiser so that she could afford her chemotherapy. Like, that's not a good news story. That's really, really sad that we live in a world where that sort of thing happens. We live in a country here in the US where that sort of thing happens. That's not a good, fun, positive news story. But this is, you know? And it's legit. Like, this is not some fluff piece. Like, this is actual science. New dinosaur discovered. That's legit. And I love that legitimate scientific work like this can brighten people's day. People are excited to hear about a new dinosaur, especially one that's cute and potentially fuzzy. They really kind of played up the fuzzy angle on this, which is clever, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. Inspiration slop, toxic positivity. Exactly, avocado. Like, this is... And you'd probably see a lot of that if we... Here, I don't know. Recent good news stories. Well, a lot of this is science-based, actually. This is cooler than I thought. Huh. Yeah, this is nearly all science stuff. Although some of this is bad news, though. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Let's see if we can cover one more fossil news story. Before we move on to Thursday BIRDSday here. But here is a link to this one press piece here. This page is taking forever to load. Sometimes it's tricky to try and find the... If we can just pick one fossil news story from the past 3 weeks to cover, what should it be, you know? This is a coelacanth story? Well, well, well. Actually, this is brand new to me. I haven't seen this yet. Oh, very, very cool. All right, we'll just take a brief look at this real quick. Inspiring stories. I don't have patience for them. Exactly, Chaotic Time Traveler. I appreciate that about you. Yeah. Excuse me. Alexander Morrison says, roll the dice. I want to do that for next week. I wanted to do that for today's stream. Of, a picker wheel like this. In fact, I started this. I put one news story on here. This was yesterday morning before I realized it was Manatee Appreciation Day, and then we ran with that. But use a picker wheel like this in order to be able to pick which news story we'll cover. I want to really get into this next week. I think it would be fun. So we'll see if we can really catch up next week. But for now, let's take a look at this. Ancient fish use their lungs to hear underwater, scientists reveal. So we've got some variety of ancient coelacanth here. This is a really, really cool group of fish. We do a special stream about them every year. I call it Fishmas. But incredibly cool story about the rediscovery of these animals by science. There's this. Well, here I'll give you some context here. We'll look at our tree of life. Those of you who were here earlier remember me talking about amniotes a little bit when we were doing Metazoa. The amniotes, right here, are the mammals and the reptiles. They descended from an ancestral amniote here. So amniota today includes these modern groups. There are a bunch of other groups too. They're all now extinct. All we've got today are reptiles and mammals. Amniotes, along with the amphibians, form a group that we call the tetrapods. This is all of the animals that live on land today who have bones. And all the animals that have bones that went back into the ocean, too. Things like whales, sea otters, manatees, like we were talking about yesterday. These are examples of aquatic tetrapods. This is all the amphibians, the reptiles, and the mammals. Are all tetrapods. And they belong to a group called Dipnotetrapodomorpha, which is the tetrapods plus the lungfish, because tetrapods evolved from a critter that would have looked a lot like this, like good old Tiktaalik. A lobe-finned fish that came up onto the land and gave rise to all of the reptiles and amphibians and mammals. But before we get to there, we've got lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods, and there's this one branch over here, the coelacanths. This is a group of fishes that's very closely related in the grand scheme of things to all the land-living vertebrates, the amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. Coelacanths have got these weird fleshy fins. They're incredibly cool. They've been well known from the fossil record since the 1800s. And people thought, that's a weird-looking, cool fossil fish, until 1938, on December 23rd. 1938, 23rd, right now. So the 22nd or the 23rd of 1938, that Marjorie Courtney Latimer found one that had been alive earlier that morning. It was on the deck of a fishing trawler in East London, South Africa. It was a phenomenon. Fossil fish found alive, the headlines blared. It was a big deal. all over the world, people wanted to hear news of this ancient fish that was discovered still alive, often called a missing link. It was a phenomenon, you know? Starflower asks, can you eat them? No, they are endangered, so don't do that. Also, I've heard that they have very oily flesh and it'll give you diarrhea. So you shouldn't try, even if you want to be a bad person and do that. It wouldn't end well for you. Anyhow, really cool critter. So that's a coelacanth. They've got a fossil record that goes way back to the Devonian period, long before the dinosaurs. Linear time here. So, age of dinosaurs is the Mesozoic. They start off in the Paleozoic era, in the Devonian period, the so-called Age of Fishes. As many people like to say. Yeah. Anyway, now to our story. How did ancient fish perceive their environment in the deep sea? An international team of scientists led by the Natural History Museum of Geneva, Switzerland, and the University of Geneva reveals that some coelacanths, fish living 240 million years ago, used their lungs to detect sounds underwater. Which makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Like, your lungs are filled with air. They're going to be sensitive to vibrations in the water. And those vibrations are going to be different. There's a different density in air than there is in water. So, like, having a big air-filled chamber like that in your body, it's like an eardrum, essentially. You know? These findings, published in the journal Communications Biology, were obtained using a synchrotron imaging, an especially powerful X-ray technique. Synchrotrons are really cool because they're often huge. Yeah. We're talking like building-sized. You've got this essentially like a huge racetrack that you send particles around. Now, I'm not a physicist. This is not a graceful description. I apologize. But anyway, really, really cool. And you could do all kinds of really neat science with this sort of thing. Including figuring out how ancient coelacanths use their lungs to hear in the water. Coelacanths have fascinated biologists since their rediscovery in the 20th century. These fish, now represented by two species in the genus Latimeria. Latimeria menatoensis, described in the 90s, and Latimeria chelumnae, described in, 1939? Anyhow, they're more closely related to terrestrial vertebrates than to other fishes. So, that coelacanth there is more closely related to the frog and the chicken and the elephant than it is to ray-finned fish like tuna or clownfish or pufferfish or salmon or whatever. Or much further out are cartilaginous fishes like sharks. A coelacanth is more closely related to you and me than it is to a halibut or a trout. Really cool. Yeah. Then to all the other fish, yeah, Benny Big, yes indeed. Here, again, coelacanths, right here. They are part of Sarcopterygia, the lobe-finned fishes. This is the group that includes the tetrapods. You gotta go further out to get to, say, the ray-finned fishes. So the coelacanth is more closely related to you and me than it is to an eel, or a barb, or a char, or a bullhead, or a bass. Pretty cool, right? Again, evolution is so rad. Yeah. So these are fishes that essentially have limbs. like, here. This is pretty nuts. Let's see if this is halfway decent. This is the West Indian Ocean coelacanth, Latimeria chelumnae, between Africa and Madagascar.
The coelacanth's paired fins move as if it's walking through the water.
So see how there's these fleshy lobes right there?
Its distinct and powerful three-lobed tail is found on no other living creature on Earth.
So cool.
This coelacanth may live over 100 years in the cold, oxygen-rich waters of the Twilight Zone.
One of my favorite living animals. They're kind of symbolic of scientific discovery.
Valuable footage confirms that Sodwana is home to an established coelacanth colony.
They're straight out of the Mesozoic. In fact, we thought they went extinct, along with the non-bird dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous. Turns out, nope, they're still around. Oh, they're so cool.
Oh my god, that was so amazing. Awesome. I can't believe that just happened.
They dubbed that stuff in afterward. They didn't have there's no audio from this. That's corny. Anyway, I remember one time I was with a group of young students at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco. We were on a field trip, and they've got a big, beautiful aquarium there, the Steinhardt Aquarium in the California Academy of Sciences. And they have divers who go in, and they'll clean the inside of the tanks and check on the corals and all that good stuff, and they'll say hi to people. They'll wave to you. That day I happened to be wearing a t-shirt that I made with a coelacanth on it. And I'm there with the students who are like 6, 7 years old. And I'm like, hey, let's go over and say hello to the diver. So the kids all run up to the glass, and they're all like waving to the diver, and he's waving back, and he turns. Oh, Lordy's home. Like, what is that noise? Sorry. I'm here by myself today, so if there's like a loud noise in the house, it's like, uh-oh, but Lordy just got home. That's gotta be her. Anyway, I'm wearing my coelacanth shirt. It's, here. Here's the shirt. And, so I designed and printed this myself. I've got a screen press. This is how I used to make my living, is printing t-shirts. Anyway. Wearing this shirt, and then we're saying hi to this diver. And I'm like, kids, go over and say hello to this diver. They're doing that, and the diver's like waving to them. And he kind of does a double take, and he looks back, and he's like, and I'm like, oh, kids, go over and say hello, And he goes, he saw my shirt, and he's like, he didn't want to say hi to the kids, he wanted to say hi to me. with the coelacanth shirt because this is a critter that has like a almost legendary status among people who love the ocean, especially divers. You talk to a lot of divers and they're like, oh, my dream in life is to be able to dive with a coelacanth. They're like, I could die happy if I were to be able to do that, you know? That was such a cool moment. And it's such a cool critter. I mean, people get so excited about this animal, and I can understand why. I'll recommend a book to you. One of the most exciting popular science books I've read in decades. I've got over here. A Fish Caught in Time by Samantha Weinberg. The Search for the Coelacanth. This is some of the best popular science writing I have ever read. Exquisite book. It is so good. So if you find this sort of thing interesting, a fish that was only known from the fossil record, obviously assumed to have been extinct until it was discovered alive in 1938. And then there was this international race to try and find a second specimen. So there was like a pretty dramatic competition between the Brits and the French and the South Africans and the Americans and the Japanese to all try and find a second specimen of this critter, to the point where like people were violating international airspace and going on spying missions, and like some people lost their lives. They like died in search of this fish. A fish that's close to the ancestry of tetrapods. It was an international sensation. Here we go. This old BBC newsreel kind of talks about this a bit. Such a cool story. It's like one of the most kind of dramatic, borderline legendary stories in 20th century science. Those poor fishes. Anyway, here we go. David Attenborough was over the moon. I mean, look at that. It's like a limb, you know? It's like my arm or leg. So you look at the fins of a goldfish or a salmon or a, ray fin fishes, and they just have those fin rays. They're, the fins are really wispy. But here, there's a fleshy limb there. You've got that right here with our critter Tiktaalik coming up onto the land. Those fleshy limb-like fins evolved into limbs. Super cool. Yep. Here's a link to that right there. Yeah. So, he mentioned the lung there, and that's exactly what this new paper is about. So while modern species of fish live at great modern species of coelacanth live at great depths and breathe exclusively through their gills, their ancestors from around 240 million years ago displayed a much wider diversity of forms and habitats. Some under a well-developed lung covered with bony plates arranged like roof tiles. Until now, this organ has mainly been interpreted as an adaptation for air breathing. But to explore its potential additional functions, a research team led by Lionel Cavan, curator at the Natural History Museum of Geneva, analyzed Triassic coelacanth fossils discovered in Lorraine in France. The fossils were examined using the European Synchrotron Radiation Facility in Grenoble. I think that was the same one that we were looking at. Grenoble Synchrotron. This one. Holy cow. This giant, beautiful science donut. Holy cow. Yeah. This particle accelerator made it possible to investigate the internal structure of the fossils with micrometric precision. So the reason why you need such a huge facility like that is to be able to do such an intensive investigation, build a model that is so incredibly detailed. And Freaky Feline says, I say this kind of jokingly, but also serious at the same time. Would that be considered as the missing link? I mean, it is a link, no longer missing. I really kind of despise the phrase missing link because it's misleading on so many levels. But it is an important link, yeah. So if we're talking about, say, human evolution, proto-cells to people, each one of these different stages is a link. This is like we were talking about earlier with that video with Clint. You know, every model is wrong, but some are useful. This is a useful, I feel, illustration of like human evolution. Even if I can nitpick all kinds of details. But right here, we've got coelacanths. So in between earlier fishes and later fishes that came up onto land, we've got the coelacanth there. So it's not a coelacanth in particular that gave rise to tetrapods, but something very similar. Well, maybe it would have been a... I'd have to think about that. Whether or not the ancestor of the tetrapods really was a coelacanth. Like, is Eusthenopteron a coelacanth? From about 385 million years ago? It is a lobe-finned fish, but is it a coelacanth? It is strictly considered to be a coelacanth, but it's related. So it's part of this kind of milieu of different fishes that gave rise to tetrapods. Yeah. Oh, and plates before dates. Excellent question there. So mammals and reptiles are different things. They split early on. So mammals did not come from reptiles, despite what you'll see in older documentaries and stuff. That idea it's now been discarded. Mammals and reptiles basically evolved at the same time from the same ancestor. So they've been separate branches for as long as they've both existed. Mammals did not evolve from reptiles. I guess if we were to oversimplify it, or simplify it way down, you could say that both mammals and reptiles evolved from amphibians. So yeah. But anyway, amphibians evolved from fish, so we are fish, like, by definition. So we as human beings are a kind of ape, which is a kind of primate, which is a kind of mammal. There's us right there, with our closest living relatives, the chimps and the bonobos, and then the gorillas, and then the orangutans, and you go further and further out through the primates, and the euarchontans, euarchontoglires, boreoeutherians, placental mammals, therian mammals, amniotes, tetrapods, are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph, which are a kind of Sarcopterygian. Tetrapods, the group that all of the mammals and reptiles and amphibians belong to, we are a kind of lobe-finned fish. The lobe-finned fishes, Sarcopterygia, this includes the tetrapods, which is a kind of bony vertebrate, which is a kind of jawed vertebrate, which is a kind of vertebrate, and you keep going back and back and back like that until you get to the dawn of life on Earth. Look at it like this, too. This is just our particular species. We can trace it back in time to the first proto-cells, the origin of life on Earth. But, you know, this is just one pathway here. There's a million billion pathways all extending out from this in different directions. And you can kind of link these different paths to this at different points, I guess. So, like, if you want to look at chimps, well, we only split from chimps basically here, I think. Auroran. A critter like this is the ancestor of both us and chimps. So this is where we link up with the chimps. We'd link up with the gorillas earlier on, like maybe Uranopithecus. And the orangutans earlier than that. And you can keep going back further and further and link up with different groups at these different stages like that. So like where the human lineage diverged from the dinosaur lineage would be back here. Either at this stage or this stage is where the dinosaurs split off. Does that make sense? Pretty cool. Anywho, Rushwing says, on land? Have a backbone? Fish. I can almost see that it's like a billboard. Yeah. Have bones? On land? Fish. You know, you never see billboards that are pro-science like that. Usually they're anti-science, anti-evolution. You especially see this in, I don't know. I see a lot of these in Utah and Colorado and Montana. No evolution. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. We've got a long, sad history of this in the United States. Anyway. Yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, where were we? We were talking about... Oh, yeah. So if you want to jump back to tetrapods, coelacanths are right there next to the tetrapods. The lungfishes are actually slightly closer to the tetrapods than coelacanths are, but coelacanths are just right here, you know? And there's only 2 living species that we're aware of today. There could be more still waiting to be discovered in, you know, near some volcanic archipelago out in the vastness of the Earth's oceans. Maybe. After all, the Coeloasis coelacanth was only described back in what, like 1998? Let's see. Nope, 1999. Darn. But yeah. Anyway, we're very lucky that we have any at all left. This is a lineage that goes back 420 million years. Nice. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Coelacanths are still offering us really exciting insights into the history of life on Earth. The images from this new study revealed an exceptionally well-preserved ossified lung, so a lung with bony components over it, featuring wing-like bony structures at its extremity. At the same time, the study of embryos of modern coelacanths highlighted a canal connecting the organs of hearing and balance, located on either side of the skull. By combining these observations, the scientists suggested that these two structures formed a complete sensory system. Sound waves captured by the ossified lung would have been transmitted to the inner ears via this canal, enabling the animal to perceive sounds underwater. Really cool stuff. This auditory ability was likely gradually lost as the ancestors of modern coelacanths adapted to deep marine environments. Their lung regressed, making this system unnecessary. Anyway, here's a link to the press release here, if you'd like to read more about this. And then here is the paper in Communications Biology, and lucky for us, no paywall, it is open access.
Access granted.
It's a beautifully written abstract. I like this a lot. Since the discovery of Latimeria chelumnae, one in 1938, coelacanths have provided a critical comparative framework for reconstructing ancestral Sarcopterygian anatomy. However, the function of several anatomical features in both extant and fossil coelacanths remains unresolved. Yeah, what's going on with this weird ossified chamber in the body cavity of fossil coelacanths? It's cool that by examining these living ones and the extinct ones, start to figure out what's going on there in terms of how these animals were changing and what these different structures may have been used for in different stages in the history of coelacanths. Really neat. So a lot of this stuff is going to sail over my head because I don't really work on micro CT stuff. I'm not well versed in the anatomy of non-tetrapod fishes. But clearly these are inner ears. There's a reconstruction of how these things work. Very cool. Really neat. So again, 3D scanning, really, really important. That's maybe one of the take-home messages from today's fossil news roundup. Even though we only looked at 2 papers, both of them are using high-resolution scans of fossils. That's why when somebody asks me, like, Danny, how has modern technology shaped paleontology? How is it changing things for fossil scientists? One of my go-to answers is usually CT scanning, or in this case, scanning with a synchrotron. Being able to image these things digitally at really, really, really fine scale, with beautiful, precise detail, we can learn so many things from this. It's just really, really cool. Oh yeah. And thank you, Greg the Barber. This is my last stream of the week, but we will have more starting on Monday. Anyhow. Rushwing says, I originally studied to be a medical x-ray tech, so it's cool to see it being used to image fossils. Oh yeah. CT scanning, really, really important stuff. If you'd like to learn more about that, a friend of the channel, Brian Curtis, has got a video where he interviews Larry Whitmer about this.
All of the secrets that have been hidden from our eyes for millions of years are now sort of exposed. We can use these kinds of techniques to really start to flesh out what these animals might have looked like. And so this is an animated 3D model that we did in Maya, where we reconstructed the blood vessels, the nerves, the jaw muscles, the brain. You can even see we've got the eye muscles. And if you look closer, you can actually see the eye is actually turning around in there. Key part of this is we are trying to actually see how all these different soft tissues, in a sense, fit into the head.
To take that rock and turn it into that animated entity.
Scanning really sort of changed everything.
Dr. Lawrence Larry Whitmer is one of the people who helped change how we study dinosaurs as living animals, not just skeletons.
Yep.
Dr. Whitmer is a professor of anatomy at Ohio University's Heritage College of Osteopathic Medicine. And
anyway, really, really cool interview here. I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but here's a link if you're fascinated by this kind of thing. I mean, I get the question a lot, like, Danny, how can I become involved in dinosaur work? How can I do paleontological research maybe without being a paleontologist? How can I contribute to this field? And shoot, if there's anybody watching right now who maybe you work in a hospital, or you know people who are in charge of a CT scanner, there's so many paleontologists who would love to get our hands on that device, or that's not even the right way to put it. We would love to be able to have some time scanning some fossils. These are expensive machines. There's like 5 museums around the world that have a CT scanner. Hardly any. Most of the time we have to like beg and plead with hospitals to be able to let us use these machines for research. If you happen to have access to a CT scanner, call up your local paleontologist. And maybe you could be an author on the paper, you know? We've got 232 people watching here, give or take. Maybe somebody here has a connection to a CT scanner. Anyhow. You're going to go back to look at that later? Nice, Freshwing. Yeah, bookmark that. Cool interview, and this is just from less than 2 weeks ago, so it's new stuff. Pretty awesome. So anyway, here's a link again to that press release. Coelacanth discoveries, exciting stuff. And with that, I think it's time to get into Thursday BIRDSday here. So without further ado, let's jump in there. Thursday BIRDSday is our special weekly tradition where we talk about how dinosaurs never went extinct, not completely. We have thousands of dinosaur species still alive today. We just call them birds. So, like I said, let's jump into it. Thursday BIRDSday starts right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. Let's do it. Let's see what you've posted in the Discord for the past 2 weeks. I was sick last week. We've got some catching up to do. From Auro. Oh, hang on. I gotta scroll up here. There we go. There we go. I think this is our first untapped bird. Meet Russell, the 22-year-old pied crow from Pyro Kitty's Tavern. My husband surprised me with an animal encounter with this sweet lady for my birthday. Oh, that is so cool. She even painted us these paintings? What? You have bird paintings now from a bird? It's like calligraphy. That is incredibly cool. Pyro Kitty's Tavern. Holy moly. How cool is that? So here she is here. Presumably this is a bird who had to be rehabilitated and then couldn't be re-released to the wild. So I guess there's like an enrichment activity. She does paintings. That's so cool. So cool. Here, let's find this critter on our tree of life. Well, first we'll go to birds, the AVs. Lordy says, is that something you'd like? A painting by a bird? Yes, Lordy, I would love that. Here's birds. So, crows, like the pied crow there, are part of Corvidae, which is a type of perching bird. Over here with the neo-aves. There you go. There is the pied crow. Cool. It makes me wonder whether there's video of this. Not a crow, but another member of this family, another member of Corvidae. A raven here. Apparently, yeah, here, take a look. Also paints. Video title is One-Winged Raven develops a passion for painting in British
We have
Columbia.
a one-winged raven named Kyle who can not only recycle but paint impressive abstract art. Here's CTV's Adam Sawatsky on the cheeky bird many are calling inspirational.
Before she started preparing paints to play with Kyle, Brooke Whitelaw was learning to be aware while feeding him.
I was like, oh my gosh, what's happening?
The first time they worked together, Kyle found a way to sneak a bunch of food away from her.
He's like a cheeky toddler, but he's also incredibly intelligent.
That was 3 years ago.
Clever animals.
Oh, you're so excited.
Before Brooke and Kyle became best buddies,
You're such a good boy.
and after the raven was attacked by a dog and treated at this conservation and education center with a badly broken wing.
Normally, a bird would not have a good quality of life without a wing.
But Robin Radcliffe, the director of the Raptors Center, says Kyle's personality was proving to be anything but normal.
He was running around, jumping on people's shoulders, sitting in our lap.
So, after much thought, they decided, instead of euthanization, to try amputation.
It was amazing how quickly he adapted to it.
And when he wasn't wanting to play with Lego, Kyle was stealing sandals from visiting children's feet so he could use them as toys.
We started trying to brainstorm some activities that we could do with him.
The first thing they taught Kyle was recycling.
And our message there was, if a one-winged raven can recycle, so can all of us.
But if that one-winged raven is also fueled by overcoming challenges and mastering skills, you need to keep teaching him something new.
They are considered to have about the intelligence of a 3-year-old child, and so you definitely see that.
So they decided to cultivate Kyle's creativity.
Good job.
At first, Kyle put paint everywhere but the canvas and occasionally ripped up that sponge in frustration. But once he got it, the raven seemed to relish it.
He is very food motivated, but I also think it's rewarding for him to be able to figure something out.
And while his people appreciate the work,
Pete B says, hey, that's about my intelligence too. Pretty smart then, Pete B. These are clever animals, you know? The phrase bird brain is not an insult if you actually know a thing or two about birds. You know?
he does,
It's a beautiful abstract painting.
they're even more inspired by how Kyle overcame adversity to excel at it.
He's so happy, and he has so much fun. And
no doubt Kyle will be so excited when he finds out that the next skill they're going to teach him is soccer. Adam Sawatsky, CTV News, Duncan.
Very cool. Here's a link to that video there. So that is a raven that is presumably an American raven, despite being in Canada. Corvus corax is, common raven. American crow is what I was thinking. Common raven, Corvus corax. Member of the same family as the pied crow. Is over here. And that is what PyroKitty's Tavern saw. Super, super cool. What a neat thing. Awesome. Thank you, PyroKitty's Tavern, for sharing with us. Brilliant. Seatown Strikers got a hooded merganser in the retention pond. First I've seen them here, usually a few mallards and a heron visit. Best pick I could get. Pretty good. Very nice. Hooded merganser. They are related to... They're related to loons? Here. Let's see. Oh, and very nice, Alexander Morrison. Okay, cool. Hooded merganser, related to other mergansers, and the smew. Not familiar with this bird, but I like it already. Oh, and shoot, they're related to... Oh my goodness. way too much fun putting this together. Yeah. So the Merganser is related to golden eyes. Okay, okay. Today I learned. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, very cool, Seatown Striker. Thanks for posting. Trek Nerd has got, a woodpecker for us. Trek Nerd says there are two main varieties of the northern flicker, the red-shafted, western, and yellow-shafted, eastern. Shafted refers to the underside of their wings and tail feathers visible here. I'm in Seattle, and the eastern variety is here. According to range maps, this guy shouldn't exist here, yet here he is. Taken at my feeder and live streamed. Very cool. A vagrant, eastern, shafted woodpecker. Oh, sorry. Northern flicker. Yellow shafted, eastern, northern flicker. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Taking the scenic route, apparently, Rajwing, yeah. Interesting. And Fried Egg is using, the official designations. I like that Fried Egg. That's cool. That's very cool. Here, let's find them on our Tree of Life here. Northern flicker. So woodpeckers are related to, who are they related to? There's the northern flicker there. Colaptes auratus, okay. And they're related to... A lot of species of woodpecker, 222 species. That's impressive. Related to honey guides and toucans and barbets. Interesting. Woodpeckers and toucans. Today I learned. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Anyway, very cool, Trek Nerd. That is really exciting, and what a glorious photo, by the way, too. There's even some schmutz around his beak. Very cool. Anyway, thank you for posting, Trekker. Charlie's Dragon took their DSLR with them, with the zoom lens for a walk to try and get some bird pictures. Limited success. A little bit shaky. I've got some friends who have the same thing. Yeah. March is Essential Tremor Awareness Month. You have now been made aware. I appreciate that, Charlie's Dragon. First picture is two blurry European goldfinches. Cardulus cardulus. One taking flight. Nice. Love an action shot like that. Look at the face on the... These are cool looking birds. Holy cow. European goldfinches. Let's jump to them. There you go. Cardulus cardulus. We have them here too, says Benny. In New Zealand, really? You have European... Oh, they must be introduced. That would make sense. Yeah. But yeah, look at that. Look at that cool face. Oh, this is a sponsored one, too. Nice. And second bird is a Eurasian tree sparrow, Passer montanus, currently in a tree. It looks a lot like our invasive house sparrow here in the United States. also known as the English sparrow. Let's see how much of a jump it is to get to them. Passer montanus, the Eurasian tree sparrow. Yep. Just sparrows galore over here. Very speciose group. Here's our variously reviled or revered house sparrow. Yeah. Cool stuff, Charlie's Dragon. Thanks for posting. This is excellent. Yeah. Look forward to more DSLR pictures. That's awesome. Yeah. Again, really cool. This bird, I know to you this is probably very run-of-the-mill, like, oh yeah, I see 500 million of these every day. This is exotic to me. Wow, look at the face on these birds. Look at that. Pretty cool. Thanks for sharing. Arrow's got a lesser goldfinch. We have these where I live. I actually have a feeder for these guys. Lesser goldfinch. Here. Cool, Cacklin's River. Okay. Bird common around where I live. They're still a joy to see. I can see that. Here's a lesser goldfinch. These guys also, I see them all the time, but I've not become jaded about them. They really like the color yellow, which makes sense, given how yellow they are. But, if you look up goldfinch feeder, they tend to be painted yellow or have prominent yellow parts of them to attract goldfinches. And the more yellow you can make them, the faster you can attract them after you put a new feeder out. They really like Niger seed, which is what this one is filled with. And the one outside, the one at my house has got this too. That's a funny looking one. This is maybe taking that idea to an extreme here. But, yeah. That is the greater goldfinch, says Benny Big. Maybe, yeah. Excuse me. Anywho. Very cool there, Auro. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. And Cacklin's River says, if time is an issue, it definitely is today. Start this one at 1:40. Ooh, okay. What do we got here? Oh, neat. We've got, is that a night heron there?
Als een blauwe reiger is, dan duurt dat nog heel lang.
Ooh, or a bittern maybe? Got something. Oh, well done. Good job. Nice. There's always something special about seeing herons catch fish. It's the same old bittern in Valdo Park. I showed some of. Nice. Oh, and we've got a mallard and some other kind of ducko photobombing there. Passing through. This is so cool. Oh man, Cacklin's River, thank you so much for posting. Your stuff's always a joy to see. I appreciate it. Nice. Very nice. We've got, I think, a ton more to go through, but I will give everybody a link to this if they want to give it a thumbs up there on YouTube. Lots of other birds. And, oh, and they are helpfully chaptered like this. There's a Eurasian magpie. I think it's a Eurasian magpie. I presume it is, based on where it is. It's similar to our magpies that we have here in the States. Got a stork here. He's got birds galore out there in the Netherlands. Got a great cormorant somewhere. Here's some geese or ducks. And some gulls. We have cormorants up in the tree. There we go. Yeah. Nice. I think that's a cormorant. Beautiful. Yeah. They love hanging out in dead trees. Cormorants. There's a cormorant tree not too... It's not called a cormorant tree. It's just a tree that the cormorants have taken over. In Alameda, California. And people have posted pictures of it online. But yeah, they just took over this tree. They may or may not have killed the tree. I'm not totally sure. They've got very salty, fishy droppings. And that might not be good for trees. I'm not totally sure. But, yeah, look at that. They love to build their nests in trees like this, especially trees that are dead or nearly dead, devoid of leaves. It may have died due to cormorant droppings as well. Interesting, Cackleturf. Okay. I wonder if that's a thing. Do cormorants kill trees? Well. So cormorants prefer islands with sparse vegetation. They either nest in trees, cliffs, or on the ground. After many years of repeated nesting, their guano will kill trees. Headshot. Sorry, that was really obnoxious. I gotta get rid of that stupid sound. They'll kill trees and other vegetation, forcing cormorants to nest on the ground. Well. Interesting. Anyway, Cackledorf, thank you for posting. Just a bird extravaganza, as usual. Cool. Neat. And life alert because zoos don't count. Cackledorf. Oh, nice. Saw a chaffinch. Saw some long-eared owls. Very cool. Asio otis. Very cool. Very surprised-looking owl here. Am I going to be on Thursday BIRDSday? Yes, you are. Yes! Excellent. And is this the chaffinch, or is this not really? No, that's a woodpecker. Who is this? A great spotted woodpecker. Nice. And congrats on the lifer, Cacklever. Very cool. Yeah. Nice. Arrow says, sorry for the blurry photo. Sure sounded like a western meadowlark, but I don't see the V-shaped pattern. This doesn't look like a meadowlark to me. I don't know who this is. Interesting arrow. I'd say this is some kind of mystery bird here. Say's Phoebe. Oh, interesting. Huh. Chicken Bacon Swiss has got a tiki bird here, which you got to be careful with this kind of thing because I don't know. being part of Disneyland that's under the umbrella of the global Disney Corporation. And they are quite litigious about copyright stuff. So I'm just going to cruise on by here before there's any kind of consequences for just kidding. And oh, Dinosaur Davis got, oh boy, a TikTok video for us. I wonder if I can find this on YouTube, because TikTok kind of plays havoc. Unironically, non-jokingly, TikTok does play havoc when we with this sort of thing when we try and put the VODs up on YouTube. YouTube really doesn't like it for whatever reason. So let me see if I can find this on YouTube real quick. Hatching baby dinosaur.
Steal some money and get some eggs. He found 10 eggs on our local classified, and we put them in our big cabinet incubator.
It does get copyright struck. Yeah.
97.7 degrees for 53 days. We had a couple shortages on that dang incubator. The outlet.
Yeah, we have trouble with that.
Kept going out, so our hatch rate wasn't amazing.
They're so adorable. Oh my goodness. Yeah, baby emus are a joy to watch. Yeah. Leggy theropods. Very cool. Let's find emus on our tree of life. They're real quick to get to when you go to birds, because they're paleonaths. So we get to our birds here. The majority of bird species alive today, the vast majority, over 9,000 species are neonaths. In that group there, the other big group of birds does not have nearly as many species. The paleonaths, 61. And the emu is right over here, next to the cassowary. There's the emu. Emu dromaeus. Or no, sorry, Dromaeus novoholiendiae. Okay. Yeah. There's a dinosaur named after the emu called Dromaeosaurus. There we go. His name means emu mimic. Yeah. From the old generic name for the emu, Dromaeosaurus. Anyhow, named after the emu. Anyway, cool stuff, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for sharing. Struthiomimus is named after the ostrich, actually. Alexander Morrison. Struthiocamelus is the ostrich. Here. Ostrich. Struthiocamelus. And Benny wants to know, where is the rhea in there? Rhea is right here. There's two species of rhea. The greater and lesser rhea. Yeah. Cool critters. Anyhow, cool stuff. Yeah, and as for those mimic, the ornithomimosaurs, it's funny how, like, with different non-bird dinosaurs, when we're naming them, sometimes they're, like, naming conventions that show up. I think Ornithomimus was the first one. Marsh named that critter. Othniel Charles Marsh, back in like the 1870s. Ornithomimus was one of the first ornithomimids to be named. And the whole group takes its name. 1890, later than I thought. But we also have... Oh, so it's become kind of a tradition when we find a dinosaur from this family and give it a name. The Ornithomimidae. Anybody who's, anybody who looks like this. We often give them a mimus suffix and then the name of a bird to start with. So, Ornithomimus means bird mimic, Struthiomimus means ostrich mimic, Dromaeomimus means emu mimic, Garudomimus means Garuda mimic. So Garudomimus, or the Garuda, I think is a bird of legend somewhere in Asia. Maybe Indian mythology? Yeah. So not all ornithomimosaurs have mimus at the end, but many of them do. Gallimimus, made famous by Jurassic Park, means chicken mimic. I don't know if it looks particularly like a chicken, but yeah, why not? It's a bird. And there's other ones, I don't know. If it were earlier in the stream, I'd probably be able to come up with examples left and right. But I'm feeling a little tired. What I wanted to bring up is it's reached a point where we've just started naming ornithomimids something mimus to the point where sometimes it doesn't make sense anymore. There's one from Australia called Timimus, which is was thought to have been an ornithomimosaur. It might not actually be, but it was named after a child whose name is Tim. So it comes out to the Tim mimic? Maybe they thought it looked like him? I don't know. Anyway, I always thought it would be really funny to name an ornithomimid based on a place. So like Alberta Mimus or Utah Mimus. Where it's like, what? What? This doesn't make literal sense anymore, but it goes along with the tradition. What, does it look like the state of Utah? It's a Utah mimic? But... yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Benny says, you don't have to use Latin, though, do you? You don't have to. No, in fact, from your home country, New Zealand, we've got a number of fossil critters with names derived from Maori, I think. Yeah. Here's an example. Yeah, so this is not the one I'm thinking of, but here it is. Kaikaifalu. A mosasaur. So this is an ancient ocean-going lizard. Anyway, Kaikaifalu, I think is Maori. Yeah, there we go. Discovery and naming. The genus name Kaikaifalu comes from the Mapudungun. Oh, not Maori. Never mind. Hang on. Trek nerd. Thank you for the 63 months of
science,
support.
however I can. Neat that woodpeckers are related to toucans.
I know,
Always learning here.
Thank you, Trek nerd, for your continued support. 63 months is a long time, and I really appreciate it, Trek nerd. Thanks for keeping me around. You're the first one to ever trigger that new alert, by the way. It's a Tinamou bird running. I think that was actually one of Larry Whitmer's models. There we go. We were looking at this video earlier.
All of the secrets that have been hidden from our eyes for millions of years are now sort of exposed. We can use.
I want to say that was Larry Whitmer's Tinamou. Model, maybe, maybe not. No. Okay. No. This is it's from John Hutchinson. Works on biomechanics of different critters, especially dinosaurs, in the UK. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to Thursday BIRDSday here. Anyway, Kaikaifalu, I guess, comes from Mapudungun, which is a South American indigenous language. Mapudungun or Mapuche. Chile and Argentina. I do want to say that there's some New Zealand marine reptiles that are named after. Well, they do use Maori language, but who's the giant penguin? Waimanu. There we go. I think Waimanu. This name, I think, might be Maori. Yep. Maori word wai for water and manu for bird. This is like a 6-foot tall fossil penguin, like nearly 2 meters tall. Really cool. Waimanu. Pretty neat. Anywho, back to Thursday BIRDSday here. From Scoobs, oh man, we've got some classic Australian birds. Tawny frogmouths and a gray butcher bird. Frogmouths are they're so amusing. They're the most effortlessly expressive birds. They're like cartoon characters. They're more like Muppets, really. I feel like nearly every Thursday BIRDSday for several weeks we've talked about tawny frogmouths. Like, they're just... Forget about lolcats. These guys are just begging for impact font captions over them. This one looks so unamused. Really? This one looks a bit angry. Maybe concerned here. Derpy. Stern. just wildly expressive, you know? They look like Muppets. It's wild. Tawny frogmouth. Anyway. And we've got the gray butcher bird. I wonder how close they relate. Well, actually, no, they're not that close, because these guys are related to nighthawks, and butcher birds are... They're related to Australian magpies, right? Butcher birds are over here. Australia has so many cool endemic bird species. Yeah. Butcher birds, genus Peltops. They're related to other butcher birds and wood swallows, boatbills. Yeah, this is like entirely an Australian group, right? But yeah, the Australian magpie. There we go. I thought I remembered that correctly. Yeah. Very cool. And are they actually related to owls, says Case Kuchin? I don't think so. I don't think frogmouths are related to owls. They're related to nighthawks. There's the frogmouths. So their closest relatives are the nighthawks, aka nightjars over here. And then outside of that, hummingbirds and swifts. Yeah. In order to get to owls from the frogmouths, you've got to go over toward hawks and eagles, right? Yeah, way over here. Right? Yeah, there's hawks there. Yep. Very cool. Diagonal says bird phylogeny has changed so much in the past 20 years. It has. And parts of it are still in flux today. I was talking with Alberta Nikes about this at SVP. Who made this glorious diagram.
An iguanodon.
And thank you, Tree Eel, for the follow. I was talking with Albert about this at SVP this year. And which group of birds was it that he was looking at, and he thinks that phylogenetically they might be in the wrong place? Was it the trogons? Yeah, maybe? I forget. But he was like, yeah, they've probably been classified all wrong. They're probably in the wrong spot on the bird tree. Is this right, or was it a different group? I forget. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. But cool, Scoops. Thanks for sharing with us. And where are we? Where's my... Are we close to the bottom here? Probably not. We've got another video from Alexander Morrison with a bunch of different archelosaurs and music by Brian Ang, of course. Got some duckos here. This music fits so well with footage of modern dinosaurs. It's kind of uncanny. Oh, great transition there, too. Looks like a great egret. Nice. Editing was a real nightmare. Whoa. Snapping turtle. Look at those. Look at that long neck. Shoot. Got such long cervical vertebrae. And it's really interesting that they've got these big cutouts in their plastron. American alligator, a Mississippiensis. Oh, and that was a common snapper. I'm sorry. Did I say alligator snapper? I apologize. The common snapping turtle actually has a stronger bite than the alligator snapper, which is interesting. Anyway, very cool. Thank you for sharing, Alexander Morrison. Here is a link if anybody wants to take a look at that video. Yeah. This post tested my patience. Well, you got it out there. Well done. This is cool. And if anybody else wants to click that and give it a thumbs up, I'm sure Alexander Morrison would appreciate it. Good stuff. Kupo says was visited by a spotted towhee yesterday. Well, well, well. Very cool. Bright, beautiful bird. We have California towhees here in California, but they're not that vibrant. Spotted towhee. There we go. Nice. Gilo maculatus. Where's the California towhee? Don't tell me they're not actually part of the towhee group. Oh, also known as the brown towhee. Okay, okay, that makes sense. They are pretty brown. Yeah. Not the most vibrant. Spotted towhee. Much more visually interesting. I'll give them that. You know? Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you later, Alexander. Thanks for being here. Good luck with your early shift, too. Good stuff. Thank you, Kupo. Posting. I've never seen one of these. I'd like to, though. They look really cool. And Mayor Space says, I couldn't figure out who this bird is. Toledo Zoo again. Yeah, who is this? It almost looks like a corvid. Who are you? What are you? Yeah, I don't know. Mayor Space says it was answered lower down. Let's see. I guess we'll find out. But Ms. Art Rules has got some wheelets for us that she painted. Very nice. I feel like these brown shorebirds don't get painted enough. Or maybe they do. I don't know. I guess a lot of people who are painting at the beach might throw in some brown shorebirds, but might not put as much attention to detail on them as Ms. Art Rules did here. Nicely done. Thank you for posting, Ms. Art Rules. Thanks for sharing your art with us. And Papey says, I've heard of willets, but don't really know them that well. Well, let's look them up. Good ol' will it or won't it? Willett Dafoe. And I don't think they're related to petrels. They're related to like stilts and stuff, right? Or dunlins. Cadotrophoros semipalmatus. Nice. Oh, they're related to the yellow legs. Here. And to sandpipers. There we go. Okay, okay. That's kind of nuts that the greater yellow legs and the lesser yellow legs are not close to, like, there's so many other birds in between them. There's like 16 million years of evolution separating them. And a bunch of other divergences. That's funny. But yeah, a willet is like a big sandpiper, yeah. So, here. Yeah. They're one of these wadey shorebirds. Oh, really nice plumage here, though. I wonder if that's their breeding plumage. There's an excellent book that I just started reading. It just arrived in the mail the other day. And this reminded me of that with the wing plumage, the different coloration there. This was recommended to me by Darren Naish, or at least he posted about this on Blue Sky. Ocean Birds by Lars Lofgren. I'm really enjoying this so far. It's written from like an evolutionary biologist perspective. And it's just taking a look at the beginning of it. And Sweetie Pie. Hey, stop. Don't knock my camera over. Stop it. Color and plumage. Yeah, this was really interesting, I thought. Yeah, medium to light grayish above and whitish below. It's just interesting, like, looking at all this stuff from an evolutionary perspective. Some birds use their plumage as camouflage. Some use it for display. For some, it's kind of in between, and you can have these, like, competing factors that are at odds with one another. Lighter colored feathers, like the white stripes here, that's kind of your default coloration. You don't have to add extra pigment or anything. That is your basic default kind of feather there. But if you're going to make it darker, that could be for camouflage, or it could be for thermoregulation. Or having that kind of black pigment in there, that melanin, actually helps reinforce the feathers. It makes them structurally stronger. And this was talking about how a lot of seabirds will have black fringes to their feathers. So like the distal end of the feathers are darker colored, and that's to help strengthen them. So they're a little bit more rigid, a little bit more strong. So it's interesting, you've got these different attributes that kind of determine, like, different advantages to different colors to have on your plumage. Really fascinating stuff. Yeah. Dark pigments serve as protection from sunlight, whose rays of greatest energy, like ultraviolet, have an aging and decaying effect upon the skin and feathers. A dark surface absorbs visible light easily and radiates it out as heat energy, whereas a light-colored surface might reflect it. On the other hand, concealed feathers are often unpigmented and whitish, closer to the body and on the inner parts of the quills. Many seabirds are white on their undersides, which have the least exposure to sunlight. In such cases, this color may mean only that the pigmentation would have no adaptive advantage, just as it has none for the skeleton. So interesting stuff. I'm looking forward to reading more through this, but just got this book, and I'm excited about it. Yeah. And Lars Lofgren, yeah, Ocean Birds. Here it is on Google Books, which I guess you can use to find it elsewhere too. Yeah. Today I learned that melanin strengthens feathers. It does, Golganek, yeah. Yeah. Pretty neat, right? Anywho. Let's continue. And shoot, we're already past 6 o'clock here. And I'm starting to get a little bit of a sore throat, which is not a good sign. Maybe it is. Maybe it means that whatever's going on in my ear is draining down. Yeah, Charcone's got a downy woodpecker. I struggle with distinguishing them from Hera. You and me both. Yeah. Nice, Charcone. Very cool. Less words, more birds. There you go, Reality Ripple. Yeah, we got to get through these. And this is a downy. Well done there, Charcone. Good identification. And Neverwinter's got one of his favorite ducks, the harlequin duck, Histrionicus histrionicus. That makes it sound a little over dramatic, doesn't it? Also, one of my favorite scientific names. This is seen in February 2023 at Bernagot Lighthouse State Park in Bernagot, New Jersey. The harlequin is a coastal duck that is well known for its beautiful blue and brown coloration. And look at that. It really is beautiful. Holy cow. Wonderful photo, by the way. Let's look them up. Harlequin duck. Nice. There we go. Very cool. Thanks for posting there, Neverwinter. Nice. Oh, and Neverwinter maybe solved our question earlier. Red-billed blue magpie. What? What?
What?
Let's use the genus and species name. I don't know what I'm doing, copying and pasting common names. What am I doing? It's not working either. Weird. Red-billed blue magpie. Yeah, that's our bird there, I think. Well done, Neverwinter. Holy cow. Nice. In the crow family, Corvidae. Well. I got that right. About the same size as the Eurasian magpie, but has a much longer tail. It does have a long tail. Holy cow. This one was photographed in Hong Kong. Nice. For whatever reason, does not show up in OneZoom. That's weird. I guess blue magpie is what they call it. But the genus and species name should still work. I don't know why it's not. That's odd. But there you go, Mayorspace. Nice. Blue magpie. Nice. Arrow's got a red-tailed hawk. Red-tailed hawk picture I took a photograph of. I guess we'll allow it. You took a picture of a picture? And Captain Swerver's got some more birds from January. Well, I hear what sounds like a coot. It is a coot. Nice. And we got some mallards. It's nice that they've got their own little canal there. What a nice place to be a water bird, you know? The Netherlands. That's some prime habitat. And we've even got the kind of windmill that's not dangerous to birds. In fact, this is probably habitat for some birds. Nice. Yep, there's one right there. Very nice. How cool is that? Oh, man. Beautiful. Thank you, Captain Zorf. If anybody wants to take a look and experience some relaxing Dutch vibes, there you go. Thank you for posting, Captain Zorf, as always. I wish I could spend more time, but we gotta get through this. Shoot. Excuse me. Spiggles has got a pair of house finches. Very cool. Window might be a little dirty, but you can see them there. Those little finch beaks. Very nice. Very nice. Thanks for posting. And Fried Egg has got some whooping cranes. A word photo.
John, it's Marvin.
And what's this?
Your cousin, Marvin Barry. You know that new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Mocha Tech Plays. What a cool new sound. Maybe old sounds, but appreciate it. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me play a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to what we do around here. We're doing Thursday BIRDSday right now, but this is the kind of stuff we get up to on other days of the week.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. Welcome, welcome. Again, I hope you had an excellent stream, Mocha. Thank you for bringing everybody over. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Right now, we are looking at some living dinosaurs.
What?
Birds. On Thursday BIRDSday, we take a look at various bird photos posted by members of this community in the Discord. We talk about how they're related to one another, and we just kind of celebrate that dinosaurs never went extinct, not completely. We still have thousands of species of dinosaur alive today. We just call them birds. Yeah, and you're doing some web development. Oh, very cool, Mocha. Nice, nice, nice. Thanks for rating in. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. It's a telephoto lens, and I was a seasonal researcher. That's so cool, Friday. Please give the whooping crane their space if you see them in the wild. Yeah, good point. These guys are, how close are they to sandhill cranes? They've got a very similar kind of appearance. Very cool. Here. Whooping crane. There we go. And they are endangered.
What?
Oh, sorry. Endangered. Grus americana. Grus is it Latin? want to say there's other languages where grus means crane. Anyhow. Common crane, black-necked crane, red-crowned crane. Wow, sandhill crane is way over here. Interesting. Sandhill crane much grayer. Interesting. Very cool stuff, Rydick. Thank you for posting. I don't know if I've ever seen these guys in the wild, but I've definitely seen sandhill cranes quite a bit. Neat stuff. Auro's got, yep, that is a scrub jay. Good spot there. Very nice. Steely Dan says, saw an entire parade at the park. Some egrets strutting their stuff. There was some kind of water birds doing a swimming routine. And a flyby from a great blue heron. It was like a choreographed air show just for me. Oh, how cool is that? Super cool. Look at them parading around. How lucky are you? How lucky are we to be able to see this? Thank you for posting it there, Steely Dan. Good stuff. Very cool. I do find it interesting that critters like egrets and herons, despite being such close relatives, they can live in such close proximity. Like, I wonder how they avoid competition with one another. Because they seem like they're built in a very similar way. They seem like they might have pretty similar ecology. What are they doing that they can coexist? A great blue heron and, who was it? Some egrets? Yeah. I wonder about that, you know? How are they partitioning their niches so they don't compete too much? So they can exist in the same range? I don't know enough about them to really understand that. Next time I talk to a serious bird person, I want to ask her, maybe. Dr. Terry's got a Bewix wren. We have these where I live, and they're so fun to watch. They make such a big mess at the bird feeder. The sound is on. They're very shy. I'm impressed that you got this one on camera. Where'd he go? There he is. They're just so incredibly energetic. I'm here, now I'm there, now I'm here, now I'm there. Use my beak and I'm gonna make a mess out of these seeds. Just fling them around. What a hyperactive little bird. You know what they remind me of a little bit? A little bit? They remind me of this a little bit. This old Disney cartoon, which I hear is like there's entire like national ceremonies around this in what is it, Sweden? Here we go. The Bewix run kind of reminds me of this guy. Anyway, and then he yeah, he interacts with Donald Duck. Oh. This is a little bit how I imagine some people getting ready for Thursday BIRDSday. Let's photograph this bird. Anyway. Kind of Bewix coded. The way they're just so hyperactive, they're always moving around. You can see that in this clip, you know? These birds just will not stay still. There he is there. Hopping around, hopping around. He's in front of the tree, he's behind the tree, he's on this branch, he's on that branch, he's behind this leaf. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Yeah, Bewix friend. Very cool, Dr. Tara. It's so fun to, like, watch them forage. Because they do this, what is it like? Is it called leaf scattering? They're just like hopping around, and they use their, well, this one's just picking off some insects, but like in leaf litter, they'll use their beak and they'll fling stuff to the sides with it, and they just make a big mess at the feeder if you have a bird feeder. But yeah, Bewix friend, they're so much fun. You see what I mean? It's just everywhere. He's not doing the foraging in the leaves. Here we go. This is what we want. So they just fling stuff to the sides with their beak. So they eat a lot of insects, and that's what they're hunting for here. They're like, let's scatter stuff around, let's scare the bugs, and let's gobble them up.
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Thank you, Neverwinter, for the 25 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. Appreciate you, Neverwinter. Nice. Anyhow. But good stuff, Dr. Tara. Thanks for posting. Here, we got to get through this. That's a weird-looking bird on the left there. Chaotic Kitten says, went to the Viking Museum in Dublin in Dublin. Little sea otter, Rialta. Nice. And a cute little owl. Very nice. Her wings move too. Cool stuff. Very cool. More birds in various cool spots. Yeah. Nice. Thank you for posting, Chaotic. And Chaotic Time Traveler says, no Luffy watching stream tonight. I was too busy making cookies. Downy Woodpecker was back. Also saw robins, song sparrows, and purple house finches. Song sparrows are cool. You must have some good habitat around where you live. That's got to be a song sparrow there. Look at the specklet. Really neat. What is that? Robin, I guess. Huh. Chocolate bird. Lemon bird. Hope Luffy's doing well. Thanks for posting, Chaotic Time Traveler. Appreciate it. Oh, and that And that's our last one. Well, well, well. I didn't realize we got through all of Thursday BIRDSday. And I'm only half an hour late. With that, I've got some stuff I got to take care of tonight. I'm leaving in the morning to go down to Anaheim to get ready for this convention where I'm going to be speaking again at WonderCon. Which is a it's put on by the same people who do Comic-Con. So I'm part of this panel, Paleontology and Popular Media. Scientists and artists working at the interface of science and entertainment come together to discuss the impact of one of the most publicly popular sciences, paleontology. And there's me, Danny Anduza, paleontologist and Twitch ambassador. Going to be joining some other prominent people, including David Krentz, well-known paleo artist, and Stuart Samita, who is the current president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Here he is with Thomas Holtz right there. Anyway, this is going to be really cool. Really looking forward to it. And man, do I still have a ton of things I have to get ready for this. So, I'll see whether or not any part of this is going to be recorded. Hopefully we'll at least get some photos. But I'll tell you how it goes. If you want to come on down to WonderCon, if you're in the neighborhood, go for it. Anyway, I gotta wrap this up. There we go. We will put an Archaeopteryx under our credits for today. Big thank you to everybody about to be named in our credits, from raiders and new followers. I'll keep those viewership numbers up. Thank you for that. To the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I appreciate it more than you know. And thank you, of course, obviously, to our moderators, too, who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody through their hard work. I appreciate you, mods, tremendously. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Wish me luck as I journey down to Southern California. And cross your fingers that all these cold symptoms are completely gone by the time I'm there at the convention. My ear is still clearing up too, but I think we'll get there. And just hope I don't have any remnants of this cough left. Yeah. Anyway, without further ado, let's go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Who have we got? Let's go right into Nerduino, who's doing some astronomy here. Nerduino is a former NASA scientist and current astronomer doing science outreach here on Twitch. Looks like he's viewing a rocket launch right now, so I invite you to come watch along with him. I'll see everybody next week on Monday. You all take care of yourselves. Have a lovely weekend. Let's go right into Nerduino. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.